The city of Punta Gorda in Central Florida was once listed by Money magazine as the second best place in America to live. An easygoing paradise known for long, laid-back summer days. But it's not without its nightlife.
So how you doing over there?
Just fine, really, I think.
Another beer?
Surrounding the city is a vast wilderness of tall trees and thick vegetation, the perfect spot for subtropical predators. The kinds of predators who would want to keep their activities very secret.
If you were out there, nobody could ever hear you scream.
In January 1994, two hunters head deep into these woods, known as prime hunting ground for wild hogs. But it may be that hogs aren't the only thing being hunted out here.
There's definitely foul play involved, and something really bad is going on.
An unidentified corpse is found in the Florida wilderness, and it won't be the last.
We had no idea who any of these people were.
The damage to the bodies suggests extreme foul play. Brutal slayings put cops on the trail of a killer who's one step ahead.
It was exactly like watching a shark circle his prey.
To catch him, they'll use every trick in the book and risk the life of one of their own. A residential development goes belly up, leaving the forests around Punta Gorda, Florida, shot through with paved roads to nowhere. These roads give hunters easy access to terrain known as the Hog Trails. And today, they lead Rick Hobbs of the Charlotte County Sheriff's Department to a corpse. Joining him is Jim Myers, a state investigator with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
The most typical things that we deal with here in Charlotte County are generally thefts and burglaries, arguments, things of that nature. We don't have that much in terms of violent crime.
Authorities fear the status quo has just changed. But in trying to determine if this is a case of murder, they face an extreme uphill battle.
Bodies in the state of Florida, especially that and later time of year, they decompose rapidly because of the moisture, the heat. Out in the wooded area, you've got animals, insects. So it doesn't take very long for a body to decompose down to skeletal remains. That can happen within a matter of weeks.
The lack of any clothing or personal effects on the victim heightened police suspicions.
And there was just nothing there, just the body.
At the Charlotte County Morgue, the medical examiner seeks to learn how the victim met his fate.
We logged the remains as a John Doe because we did not know the name. And after documenting all the external evidence, whatever was there in the remains, we performed the autopsy.
There were some indications during the examination of strangulation. They found some possible indications of some ligature marks on the neck and the arms and the legs.
Though exactly what happened is unclear, all signs point to homicide. The next step is to identify the victim, and it won't be easy.
When you have skeletal remains or a body that's found in a remote area with nothing else, you have to go back to the very basics. We had to start from scratch.
We know he's a white male. I believe he was around 5'9", if I remember correctly. He was probably in his late 20s, early 30s, dark hair.
Investigators scour missing persons reports. The corpse's teeth are x-rayed and compared to dental records, but to no avail.
I actually had a partial fingerprint from the victim. That was difficult, though, because it was only a partial print from one finger off the decomposed body. I had that submitted to the automatic fingerprint identification system to see if there was any possible matches on that.
Then the examiner finds an unusual clue, a steel pin lodged in the victim's left leg, and it's marked with a serial number. But in the 1990s, no reliable records were kept of such implants. Having hit a dead end, authorities now turn to a forensic skull reconstructionist. Photographs and measurements of the victim's skull are entered into a computer. The combined sciences of anatomy, osteology, and anthropology are then utilized to create a composite impression of the victim's facial features.
We got composite back for something to show the public, to try to see if anyone recognized this individual.
The composite is circulated through the media, but no one comes forward. After months of intense efforts, police have a victim they still can't identify. But Rick Hobbs keeps trying.
I would physically go in and pull each piece of evidence and examine it. I would go through each lab report to see if there was anything that we may have collected that, for some reason or other, didn't get processed.
But despite his best endeavors, the case eventually goes cold. At least no other bodies have turned up in the time since John Doe was discovered. But all that changes on New Year's Day, 1996.
What do you got there, boy?
When a dog owned by Northport resident Wayne Brown makes a strange discovery.
His dog brought home a human head and was chewing on his front lawn.
The Hog Trails have offered up a second victim. How many more may be out there? Investigation into the mysterious death of a John Doe in Florida has gone cold. No sooner has the case been set aside when another grim discovery is made in a neighboring county. Detective Tom Schwanier of the Northport Police takes the call.
The skull, as it was found in the yard, was missing the lower jaw portion. The upper teeth were intact, and there was a minute amount of flesh still on the skull. The first thing that comes to a detective's mind is where'd it come from? Where's the rest of it? So our first step is to find the rest of the body. It was an area of very few houses, and there was a lot of vacant roads there. We divided the area up into blocks. We had law enforcement officers from several agencies, and what we did is we did block by block grid search.
Days pass with no luck.
I found something.
Then, an officer wanders into an unsearched area.
There was bones, spine, rib cage. There was fleshy skin still on the part of the rib cage and on one of the arms. I believe it was a right arm. We weren't really sure what circumstances we had, but we have to treat any of these scenes as the possible worst case scenario. We called in the FDLE forensics teams to conduct their crime scene search. They put stakes up and they go over every square inch with a fine-tooth comb to see what exactly is mixed in with the bones and the remains. And then they search the ground underneath all the remains for possible jewelry, bullets. There's no end to what may be of evidentiary value at one of these scenes. And we did find the lower jaw portion too through our search.
But what Schwanier doesn't find is also crucial to his assessment of the case.
The first thing that keyed in on me was lack of clothing. We found absolutely no evidence of that scene other than the body and some skin on it. Somebody brought him here, or somebody probably killed him here.
An autopsy is conducted. Though the coroner's report is inconclusive, investigators are convinced of the worst.
We definitely felt it was a homicide. We had no hard evidence to say how this person was killed. But as investigators, we're leaning towards homicide.
Investigators determine the body has been in the woods at least 6 months. But in all that time, no one matching its height or probable age has been reported missing. Now police in 2 counties have anonymous victims, their cause of death unknown. Nine weeks later, on March 7th, 1996, just 3 miles from where the bones of John Doe number 2 were found, a motorist pulls off the highway to relieve himself. And the case takes another turn.
John Doe number 3 was found in a very, very similar area as John Doe number 2. This body was mostly intact, laying on his back, his arms flailed out to his side, totally naked.
There's no question this man was murdered. And Schwanier gets a shocking new clue when he sees that John Doe number 3 has been horribly mutilated.
It was obvious his genitalia had been removed. Insects take the easiest route of penetration into a body. They'll go into any orifice, mouth, eyes. There's a gunshot wound, a stabbing wound. This is where the insects will infiltrate a body. And this is where they were. They were in the groin area.
Authorities try to fathom what kind of deranged killer they're dealing with.
Obviously, when you have genitals removed, that was an identifier that there's definitely some kind of a sexual deviancy involved.
A search of the crime scene soon sheds light on a psychopath's terrifying MO.
There was a ligature mark around the tree at throat level. There was some at hand level, and there was also some about where the ankles and shins would be on the tree. Very obvious when you looked at them as to what happened there. This victim was tied to this tree. Now we have 2 naked dead men out in the woods. There's definitely foul play involved. Something really bad was going on.
When Rick Hobbs gets wind of the murders in Northport County, his cold case suddenly warms up.
I grabbed my case file and I went up to Northport and sat down with Tom, and we started comparing our cases. Now we could see the similarities between not only John Doe number 1 and John Doe number 3, but it also brought in John Doe number 2. When we were looking at one another's crime scene photos, if you didn't know which scene you were looking at, you couldn't tell them apart.
Hobbs and Schwanier revisit the first 2 crime scenes, only 5 miles apart. In both cases, they find the link they're looking for.
We started seeing the striation marks on the trees, and I said, I suspect we have a problem.
The investigators are forced to confront the obvious. They're dealing with a serial killer. When the story breaks in the media, the entire region is gripped in fear.
When we have a death, an unusual death in this area, I mean, it's going to be on the front page.
The community is not used to any crimes like this being committed, and there was a lot of worried and nervous citizens out there.
Pressure mounts on authorities to stop a madman before he kills again. Unable to identify their latest victim, police seek another way to move things forward. They turn to profiler Wayne Porter for help in the case. The brutalized state of the corpses convinces Porter that they're dealing with a particularly vicious criminal, a sexual sadist.
A sexual sadist is an individual that would, in fact, do harm to the individual while they are still alive, and that harm many times is to the genitalia.
Wayne, if you can give us a read on that, you know. And
the ligature marks on the trees give Porter an idea of a killer's motivation.
Bondage with sexual sadists is a very common characteristic. You will find bondage magazines in their past history. Bondage is one of the facets of the fantasy. It's part of the gasoline that runs the fantasy. One of the commonalities of sexual sadism is these individuals like to document their crimes. They will videotape, they will take photographs.
To stop a monster in their midst, law enforcement agencies from all over the state band together and create a task force. They take over a vacant store in a shopping mall and centralize operations.
We had upwards of 50 and 60 people working out of there.
They didn't even say accident, right? Yeah. Okay, good. There's another one?
So I had myself and then Jim Myers from FDLE, Tom Swarnier from Northport.
No sooner has the task force established itself when Hobbs receives disturbing news.
Sheriff's office received a call early on the morning of April the 17th from a county survey crew.
Yeah, we'll be right there. Okay.
They discovered part of a human body lying back in the woods.
Guys, let's go. Something's up.
For the Hog Trail murder investigators, it seems the woods of Central Florida are full of dead bodies. Only this time, dead men will start telling tales. Three men have been found dead in the Florida Hog Trails, killed by the same deranged sexual sadist. Now police are back investigating John Doe number 4.
We saw something kind of round laying on the ground, and looking closer, it was definitely a human head.
Among the other remains is the victim's decomposed torso. It's this grisly find that provides investigators with their first break.
There was a very noticeable tattoo from the shoulder area. It was a very good clue as far as identifying somebody. Tattoo is just like almost like a fingerprint, no two are alike. I'll use different dyes, different colors, so we felt this will help us identify this individual.
Hobbs walks deeper into the woods in search of more evidence.
Off in the distance, I can see something. As I start getting a little closer, now I can see it's carpet padding. So my first thought is, do I have a homeless guy sleeping in the woods? But the thing that really said, uh-oh, was I could see blood.
Tom, get over here.
Lifted up the carpet padding, and there we had the remains of a white male. And he didn't appear like he had been there very long, maybe 12 hours. He was really fresh, so to speak. We could clearly see the ligature marks on the neck, ligature marks on the arms, around the biceps, and along the calves.
I hate to say it, but this helps.
His cause of death was suffocation, probably most likely from the strangulation via the ligature marks that were discovered around the neck. The removal of the genitals appeared to be post-mortem.
Not only has the serial killer struck again, his spree appears to be escalating. Authorities now have 2 new bodies from which to glean evidence. They begin with the tattoo found on John Doe number 4.
We decided to take that piece of skin and photograph it. The tattoo was released to the news media, and it was on the television stations, and it was printed in the newspapers.
Hobbs' tactic pays off.
Hi, this is Teresa Smith. Is there someone I can talk to about a tattoo in the newspaper?
Once we had John Doe number 4 identified as Kenny Smith from Naples in Collier County, Florida, that gave us a whole new avenue of investigation. We could go and say, well, who knows him? Who hangs out with him? What's he do? Where's he work?
Kenny Smith was basically a street person. He went from shelter to shelter, job to job, did a lot of drinking, a lot of partying, drugs.
Authorities take another look at the first 3 victims, and a pattern emerges.
When the medical examiner examines the body, he can tell a lot about how a person lives by the conditions of the organs and the teeth. And everything indicated that these were people who lived on the street.
Could it be that the killer deliberately targets the down and out in hopes of keeping his victims nameless? Further investigation of Kenny Smith yields no answers. Police now pin their hopes on John Doe number 5.
We took some latent fingerprints from him and ran them through the automated fingerprint identification system. He had some past arrests.
John Doe number 5 is ID'd as Richard Montgomery, also a street person. Hobbs tracks down Montgomery's mother, who happens to have some very interesting information about her son's final hours.
He said something about somebody offering him some money to pose nude. Something about the man driving a Capri, a blue Capri.
She tells police that Montgomery went to meet this man and was never seen again.
The person was selecting transients and panhandlers for one reason, and it's because there's no one to witness the fact that you picked them up.
After more than 2 years of investigation, the task force has an MO and a profile of their killer. What they don't have is a suspect. Now, a man who took a ride with death is about to provide them with one.
Hi there. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Five men of no fixed address are murdered within a 10-mile radius of each other, and police still have no suspect. But when news of the homicides reaches state prison inmate David Payton, he contacts authorities with an astonishing tale.
Mr. Payton, I'm Myers. Why don't you go ahead and tell me your story?
So there's this guy, pulls up to me in a blue car.
Yeah, this will be fun. We'll kick back, have a few cold beers, a little weed.
Sounds good to me, man.
Yeah, hey, you care for some of these? These right here.
Valium. Sweet, man.
Yeah.
He drives out sort of into the woods, almost in the middle of nowhere. Guy offers me more money. He says if he can tie me up, take pictures of me for some men's magazine.
How'd you feel about if we get a little more creative with the photographs?
I agree to it, but I'm feeling a little nervous about this whole situation. He gets the car stuck in a ditch.
Man, it's okay. I'll get out and I'll give us a push.
No! No. You stay here. I'll push.
All right, well, I'll drive it then.
Yeah. You drive.
During the course of the time he was in the vehicle, he started looking around and saw a bag that was in the back seat that had items like duct tape, some ropes, a blue tarp, a large type knife.
And with what he had seen inside the vehicle and the way the guy had acted, when he had the opportunity, he was behind the wheel of the car. When they got it free, he took off in the car, leaving the guy out there in the woods.
Payton may have cheated death, but he couldn't outrun the law.
He got the vehicle and went back to Fort Myers. And by this time, the drug and the booze was really acting on him, and he actually fell asleep. And by this time, the subject had filled out a stolen vehicle report with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. The Fort Myers Police Department found the vehicle, and Mr. Payton was arrested for grand theft auto. And that's what he was serving time on. It was a grand theft auto from the subject's vehicle.
He provided some very specific information, which allowed us to go back through records and get an identity on the person that he said took him out into the woods. That person was found to be a guy by the name of Daniel Conahan.
Police soon locate Conahan and put him under surveillance. A background check proves very revealing.
Upon reviewing his records from the armed services, the Navy, it was determined that he was discharged for trying to commit acts of sodomy on other sailors.
Conahan later moved to Chicago, where authorities tracked down and interview an old roommate.
He actually was able to identify to us what Mr. Conahan had stated as one of his fantasies. And that fantasy is to pick up an individual like a hitchhiker and take him to a wooded area, tie him up, and have sex with him.
Leaving a trail of deviant sexual behavior in his wake, Conahan moves from Chicago back to Punta Gorda.
His parents were elderly and they weren't in the best of health. He moved back to help care for his parents.
Further investigation reveals that upon returning to Florida, Conahan trained as a nurse, which could account for the skillful mutilation of the victims. It looks like police have their man.
He was our key suspect at the time, based on what we had learned.
Now they need hard evidence to nail him.
We started a 24-hour surveillance on him to determine, what his patterns, his travel patterns, daily activity was.
Cameras are mounted on telephone poles outside his residence.
In watching the surveillance video, when Mr. Conahan would bring his backpack out, and he would stop and he would set that backpack on top of that blue car. And then he'd usually stand there and smoke a cigarette.
And we believe that backpack may contain what we refer to as tools of the trades, very similar to what Mr. Payton had described.
Some people call it a murder kit. I call it a treasure chest. And this treasure chest includes the weapons that he's going to use, the bindings that will be used, any equipment that might be needed in this assault.
Investigators follow the dutiful son as he drives his mother to and from her senior's home. They also track his less wholesome activities.
He'd drive by one of the soup kitchens or drive by one of the homeless shelters, and he was like cruising. He was looking for exactly what we thought. He was looking for a homeless person or somebody who's hanging around the dumpsters or in one of the back alleys. Another term I would use is hunting. It's exactly like watching a shark circle his prey.
Armed with information about the route Conahan travels, authorities make a bold move. They place an undercover officer disguised as a homeless man right in his path.
We put undercover detective Ray Weir out on a corner where he would go by that location, coming back to or from visiting his mother.
Weir mans his post, hoping to lure the target.
Pulling back around. Okay, I know it. I see him coming. Back? Oh, coming your way. Fish from here? Yeah.
He's leaving. So he's probably going to head home.
Finally, after weeks on the job, Conahan takes the bait.
He made contact. He stopped his vehicle.
Hi. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. I'm Dan Conahan.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
He was eerie to me, and I felt there was something wrong with him. What, I didn't know.
Listen, if you're looking for work, I could probably help you out.
Yeah?
Well, listen, it'd be Well, basically, it's a new...
At that point in time, he said something to the effect that, well, there'd be some progressive bondage shots. I don't know if you're into that. And again, I told him, well, the money talks. You got the cash. I need it. You know, we'll try it, whatever it takes.
It's easy money.
Sure.
Yeah? All right. Come on in.
A cop drives into the Hog Trails with suspected serial killer Daniel Conahan. Will he make it out alive? Five corpses have been mutilated and abandoned in the Florida woods. After 2.5 years of dead ends, police have zeroed in on suspect Daniel Conahan. Now, Conahan has another victim in his car, but doesn't know it's undercover cop Ray Weir.
I told him I was staying out back in the woods. I told him to come out to my camp. I drove all the way out there, parked it. He parked his car, walked up. I had a couple chairs set up, and he sat down and we started talking.
So when are we going to take these pictures you were talking about? I don't know. It sounds kind of fun.
Could be.
Conahan is also unaware that this location has been staked out by police.
We had SWAT concealed in the woods.
He started getting a little nervous, and he was with that backpack. So they were watching that.
I'd hate for my friends to find out about this. You know, but I gotta admit, I could sure use that money. It's not gonna hurt or anything, is it?
I gotta go.
Where you going?
I can't say why he called it off. I believe it is because he wasn't in control. He wasn't in his element.
Authorities missed their best chance so far to catch Conahan red-handed, and they're running out of options. Surveillance of this magnitude is too costly to sustain for long. Time for a new direction.
Mr. Conahan's been offering money. So we get his financial records. We get his bank statements. We get his credit card records. Now we started seeing a series of purchases of particular items: rope, tape, tarps, film, knives, pliers, and cameras. And there seem to be intervals on these purchases.
Intervals that coincide with the timelines of some of the murders. Finally, police have the compelling connection they need to execute a search warrant on Conahan's home.
First we photograph, then we make a sketch of the area. If we're going to do vacuum sweepings, which in this case we did, that would be one of the first things we would do.
We did see a backpack and found a backpack we thought was significant that matched some of the description of what we had seen during surveillance when he was coming to and from his vehicle. A lot of times he would have this backpack.
The murder kit they hope to find is not in the backpack, but a number of suspicious objects are found in the home.
We did find a knife, we did find some rope, we did find some Polaroid pictures and film. We found the components, but they weren't in his bag.
Meanwhile, police intercept Conahan and bring him to a second location for questioning.
Hello. Hi, how you doing? Well, I've been better. Yeah. I'm Special Agent Porter from the governor's office.
Do you recognize this man?
I've never seen that man before in my life.
You're quite sure about that, sir?
Oh.
Take a close look.
Oh. Well, I just told you I've never seen him before.
You have a past record of history of a molestation back in Chicago. Can you explain that?
Well, as a matter of fact, I can explain that. That involves a misunderstanding within an existing relationship, and
he was asked if he did the crime, if he was there, if he knew the victims. He was always on guard during the interview, very evasive in his answers. Have you ever participated in bond?
No. I've looked at magazines, I've seen some movies, I have never tied anybody out. There you have it.
Porter continues to press Conahan while the search team descends on his blue Mercury Capri.
That had a paint job that was peeling. We took paint samplings from the chips and big scrapings from the paint.
There was fibers found from his house and his car.
Fibers that may be transferable to our victims.
Your picture is going to be plastered over the paper. Now, what do you think is going to happen with all of the people you may have come in contact with when they call in and they say, yeah, we went out to the woods. He said he had a fantasy. Yeah, he took my photograph. If we get something like that, yeah, it won't look good. It won't be good.
I'm under arrest.
Now, Mr. Conahan, you're free to go.
So I'm free to go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
He was pleasant, cold, and calculating. The interview did not seem to impress him very much.
The search of Conahan's home and vehicle yields several items of interest, including unusual rope fibers police hope will match those recovered from the crime scenes.
We did not find any evidence that would clearly identify him as a person responsible for our crimes.
In this high-stakes game of cat and mouse, the mouse appears to be winning. Hobbs sends out a police bulletin to all jurisdictions in Central Florida, describing the murders and asking for any information that may help his case. The bulletin catches the attention of Officer Pedro Soto.
I'm in awe, I'm in shock, I'm looking at it, I'm going like, oh my God.
Soto immediately contacts the Charlotte County Sheriff.
And I said, you know, this is amazing. I had a crime scene just like this 2 years ago. You guys know about it?
And I told him, I said, well, I'd sent out teletypes and phone calls. Anybody that had any similar deaths, give me a call. He says, oh, our guy didn't die, he lived. I went, what?
Officer Soto tells Hobbs of the time he was called to assist an assault victim who showed up at a local hospital.
And he had obvious ligature marks around his neck, his chest, and his arms and legs.
The victim, Stanley Burden, told Soto the chilling story of a man in a blue Capri.
The individual asked him if he could take naked photographs of him tied to a tree for $200.
Yeah,
Mr. Burden agreed and went with the individual to the wooded area.
This will be good. What are you doing? This will be good right here. Let's just wait. Just wait.
And the individual then attempted to sodomize him. Mr. Burden stated that he resisted.
Stop it! Stop!
At which time the individual got angry at him.
Die, you son of a bitch! Die!
An approaching car scared the assailant off, leaving Burden for dead, tied to a tree in the middle of nowhere.
He threw down a pair of pliers. Individual got into his van and he drove away. Mr. Burden then was able to get loose, reach for the pliers, cut himself loose.
Burden ran out to the highway and flagged a ride to the hospital. He was never able to give a comprehensive description of his assailant.
There really weren't many avenues we could have followed. In terms of investigating the case, that's as far as we could have gone.
With nothing more to go on, the unsolved crime went cold, was filed and forgotten.
So given this new information from Detective Soto, he provided us with copies of the pictures and a copy of the police report and gave us information on the victim in that case, which turned out to be Stanley Burden. We did a background on him to find out where he was, and he was incarcerated in Columbus, Ohio. He was provided a photo lineup of Daniel Conahan in the Correctional Institute where I interviewed him, and he immediately picked him out without any hesitation whatsoever. He said, that is the subject that did this to me. It's like getting somebody off the autopsy table and telling you what happened to him. That's exactly what this guy was. He was somebody that should have been killed. He should have been laying in the woods with the bugs eating him. And here he was sitting there telling us exactly what happened to him and how he got away from this guy.
Daniel Conahan, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you
On
say
July
can and
3rd,
will be used against you in a
1996,
court of law.
Daniel Conahan is arrested for the attempted murder of Stanley Burden.
Do you understand these rights as they've been read to you?
Yes.
And there was no surprise on his face when myself and Jim Myers walked in, and I told him he was under arrest. And he just got in the car and away we went.
Police have finally caught their killer, but there's no guarantee they can bring him to justice. After 31 months of intense statewide investigation, police have arrested Daniel Conahan for crimes against Stanley Burden.
We had a positive ID, we had a good statement, we had the evidence from the crime scene, and ended up securing an arrest warrant for Mr. Conahan, attempted murder, sexual battery, and kidnapping.
But with 5 men dead, investigators are determined to nail Conahan for full-blown homicide. Taking one last look at the case forensics, they re-examine hair combings from Richard Montgomery's body and find something extraordinary.
There appeared to be a paint chip, a small piece of paint chip that was in his pubic hair area, remaining pubic hair area on his body. That was sent off along with the paint chips that we obtained from the Mercury Capri to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Crime Laboratory for analysis. See if that was a match. From that sample taken from the pubic area of Mr. Montgomery was that matched in all characteristics the paint standard provided from the Mercury Capri.
This final forensic piece of the puzzle allows prosecutors to add a new charge against Conahan, the first-degree murder of Richard Montgomery. In court, Conahan vigorously insists he's innocent, claiming that he's being railroaded simply because he's gay. The prosecution's evidence accumulates quickly.
The area was quite densely wooded, a mixture of scrub brush
and found
and,
the badly decomposed body of an adult male. Things that made him very nervous, some rope, tarp, I believe a hunting knife that he mentioned. And as Mr. Conahan got
the idea of a sexual sadist is one who rapes.
And finally, for good measure, prosecutors bring out their smoking gun. Mr. Burden, would you please show the courtroom your neck? August 17th, 1999. After just 25 minutes of deliberation, Judge William Blackwell finds Daniel Conahan guilty of kidnapping and first-degree murder. He's sentenced to die. To this day, Conahan insists he's innocent, but police are satisfied they've got the right man. None of the photographs he's believed to have taken of his victims have ever been found.
You know, it's my opinion that Daniel Conahan doesn't have a guilt feeling in his whole body. There is no remorse. None has ever been shown that I'm aware of. This is a man that enjoyed the pain, the suffering, and the death of other individuals, human beings. Why he did this, I don't know if we'll ever know.
And as Conahan sits on death row, awaiting his fate, authorities still wonder how many more victims are yet to be found along the Hog Trails of Charlotte County. California's Yosemite National Park, a spectacular wildlife sanctuary that attracts millions of nature lovers every year.
Nobody thinks bad things happen in places like this.
But this year would prove otherwise. In February of 1999, Carole Sund, her daughter, and a family friend visit Yosemite.
Mom, there's a spider. Don't! I'm just joking.
They spend the 14th and 15th hiking and seeing the sights, returning each night to their motel. They are scheduled to meet up with Carole's husband the morning of the 16th.
All good.
But they would never make it. Three missing women.
It was as if they had fallen off the face of the earth.
A desperate search.
There were no clear clues as to what had happened to these people.
A disappearance that shocks America.
It's probably the strangest and one of the most chilling cases I've ever covered in my 20 years as a journalist.
And puts police on the trail of a master manipulator, determined to outsmart them. Carole Sund, her 15-year-old daughter Juli, and family friend Silvina Pelosso have failed to show up for a rendezvous with Carole's husband Jens at the San Francisco airport.
Carole Sund was the type of person who kept to a very strict calendar. She was someone who was always on time, where she was supposed to be when she was supposed to be there.
The anxious husband and father calls room 509 of the Cedar Lodge Motel, where the women were staying. After several failed attempts to reach them, he contacts local authorities.
The hotel room was found in a typical state of someone who had left their hotel room. They had 2 double beds, and the double beds had appeared to be slept in and unmade. There were bath towels that were wet and used on the floor and on the rack. There was nothing really remarkable about the room.
Investigators quickly discover that Carole Sund's rental car is gone, and it hasn't been returned to the agency. Police have room 509 sealed as a precaution, but with no apparent signs of foul play, they consider other possibilities.
The theory that was most predominant would be they had a car accident.
It was winter time, the roads were slick, there had been snow.
We have had numerous vehicles that have gone off our roadways. We have had several deaths, so that is a very realistic possibility.
Agencies across the state join forces to scour the vast forested area around Yosemite. At the same time, police visit Mr. Sund.
Mr. Sund, good day.
Yes,
Detective
how are you?
Jefferson,
Nice to meet
Detective
you.
Molly, I just have a few questions to ask you.
Investigators press Sund for any information that might help explain his wife's disappearance.
No problems, no quarrels.
Could marital difficulties lie at the heart of things? Police think not.
There was not a lot of weight given to the possibility that Carole would have simply disappeared of her own accord, in part because she was traveling with the two girls and she had left behind her other children with Jens, and everything that we were learning about Carole suggested that she was a dedicated mother and a responsible person.
With the clock ticking and still no sign of Carole Sund's car, police worry about finding the women in time.
It was just a dramatic, intense need to find these people before something, permanent had happened to them.
Days had passed, and there had been large search parties searching for any clues, and nothing was coming up.
Could something have been missed at the Cedar Lodge? The FBI takes charge of the case, sending Special Agents Chris Hopkins and Jeff Reinick to visit the motel. Together, they assess room 509.
We had a missing blanket, a missing pillowcase, items left behind in the rooms, but we didn't find any significant evidence to say this is in fact a crime scene.
The FBI now turns its attention to guests and staff.
We were working at the Cedar Lodge, interviewing employees, interviewing hotel guests, trying to do the best we could to find out whether or not anything had happened there.
Do you remember anything happening?
From these interviews, Agent Nick Rossi pieces together a rough timeline. A park ranger remembers seeing the women over the course of 2 days. They appeared to be having a great time.
They had their first excursion in the park on February 14th. They returned to the park on February 15th.
We had witnesses at the Cedar Lodge that saw them eating their dinner there on February 15th.
Do you remember?
The waitress who served them recalls the trio was in high spirits.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
The family also rented 2 videos from the front desk.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the last time they were seen alive was at approximately 7:30 or so in the evening on February 15th.
For all the FBI's questions, no unusual behavior, strange encounters, or anything untoward concerning the women is reported. Then, agents learn that someone besides Carole Sund had access to room 509 before she and the girls disappeared. They take the motel locksmith into custody.
He had rekeyed the locks on the door for Carole's hotel room. This individual had a brother who worked at another nearby hotel who had a prior conviction for sexual assault on children.
The employee claims his innocence and agrees to a polygraph. While it's being administered, Hopkins pays a second visit to the motel.
And again, we didn't find any significant evidence.
The room is clean, maybe too clean. And when the polygraph reveals no evidence of deceit, agents are forced to release their first and only suspect.
After February 15th, there was no established timeline. It was as if they had fallen off the face of the earth.
Authorities find themselves back at square one, unaware that the case is about to take an alarming turn. Carole Sund, her daughter Juli, and family friend Silvina Pelosso have been missing for 3 days.
Search base, Team 6.
Search and rescue operations have yielded nothing, nor has an FBI investigation into possible foul play. But now, 100 miles away in the city of Modesto, the case is turned on its head when a student finds a wallet at a downtown intersection. Inside is ID belonging to Carole Sund.
Once the wallet was found in Modesto, it opened a whole new range of possibilities. Everything from a possible carjacking to a kidnapping. There were lots of different theories about what may have happened.
Theories collide with reality when a car is pulled over for a missing license plate. The vehicle belongs to Modesto resident Michael Larwick.
It was a routine traffic stop, and the question that it begs is, why did Larwick react the way he did?
Larwick is arrested after an 18-hour standoff at his house. And while he's in custody, police receive an anonymous tip.
Yeah, Rossi here.
The caller tells them to take a close look at Larwick and his half-brother, Eugene Dykes, in connection with the Sund Pelosso disappearance.
And they were very good suspects. They had a lot of assaults, they had a lot of sexual assaults, kidnappings.
Mr. Dykes was in custody at the time that Mick Larwick was engaged in his shootout with police because he had just recently been arrested for possession of a firearm.
So they fit all the criteria that this investigation originally needed.
The investigation suddenly has two prime suspects.
I need to know where these women are.
Larwick and Dykes are subjected to non-stop interrogation by FBI agents, desperate to find the women alive.
And you don't know anything about it.
Larwick is uncooperative.
You know, I don't remember.
And denies any involvement.
That's not good enough! Now where are they?
But after hours of grilling, Dykes starts telling a different story.
Where?
That's when Dykes first began speaking of what he claimed was his involvement in this case.
Eventually, Dykes signs a confession admitting his participation in the women's disappearance. But what he doesn't tell investigators is what they most want to know.
Open 12.
Where is the missing mother and two teenage girls?
Close 12.
Agent Hopkins vacuums Larwick's car, looking for physical evidence tying the half-brothers to the crime.
The FBI laboratory found hairs and fibers, one of which was an orange acrylic fiber.
Unfortunately, no matching hairs or fibers are recovered from room 509 of the Cedar Lodge. Then, on March 18th, 100 miles away from Modesto, in remote woods beyond the town of Long Barn, a hiker makes a chilling discovery.
He noticed that the vehicle was badly burned, but he went down and got the license plate from the vehicle and called it in to the California Highway Patrol. They ran the license plate and immediately realized it was Carole Sund's missing vehicle.
There was no original surface remaining on the car, on the interior of the car and the exterior of the car. All the paint had boiled off and rolled off the frame of the car. The seats had all been burnt up. I could see through the passenger compartment into the trunk compartment.
Let's try and get in the trunk.
And upon opening the trunk, I could see that we had remains of human beings.
After holding out hope for the safe return of Carole Sund, her daughter Juli, and Silvina Pelosso for over a month, investigators are distraught when they discover charred remains in the trunk of Carole Sund's rental car.
I have seen lots of burned bodies, but I have not seen anything to the extent that was involved in this case. There was not a lot left. It wasn't like looking at a normal body that you would find because the intense heat had destroyed most of the body.
It was clear that we have a homicide case working out.
Authorities want answers. The car itself offers the first disturbing clue.
We could tell that this vehicle was intended to be burned. The passenger rear door was left ajar so that it would create a vent, so that it would help oxygenate the fire.
They had placed the bodies in the trunk. They had taken the effort to douse the car with some kind of flammable material and then set it ablaze.
The heat of the fire was so intense that picking up some of their remains, their skeletal remains, the bones would just turn to dust in our hands.
As the investigation continues in the field, the remains arrive at the morgue for positive identification. Pathologists analyze the many fragments, paying special attention to the teeth.
We had already in our possession the dental records for Carole and Juli Sund. We took the dental records to a forensic odontologist, and the forensic odontologist identified one of our victims as Carole Sund.
Forensic experts also have the means to identify Silvina Pelosso.
We had DNA samples taken from her parents. They had flown up to our area.
Authorities at the crime scene retrieve some evidence when they find a girl's running shoe. And something even more compelling.
In doing the search around the vehicle, we found additional evidence to include Carole Sund's purse and her fanny pack that had cameras in it.
Investigators puzzle over their killer's profile. Was he sloppy or devious?
This was a person who had gone to some lengths to destroy evidence of their crime. And yet, this was someone who had not gone to the pains of collecting and destroying other evidence that was found nearby.
But all speculation is set aside when word comes back from the morgue.
Yeah.
It turns out only 2 of the victims were in the car. Juli Sund is still unaccounted for.
Knowing that she may be alive and in pain or suffering, I don't know how to describe what it does to you.
Every available police resource is put towards finding the 15-year-old girl.
We were still holding on to that slim string of hope that she might be found alive.
Agents used the detail that the torched car was found in such a remote location to try and zero in on the killer's MO.
And the fact that they had destroyed their means of transportation suggested to us that there may have been some other vehicle. That, of course, suggested the possibility that there may have been more than one person. Someone to drive the victim's car and set it ablaze, and someone else to follow and provide a getaway. It suggested this was someone who knew the area.
The prime suspects fit the bill precisely.
We learned that Larwick had actually resided not far from the location where the victim's car had been found. In fact, he had committed a crime not far from where the victim's car had been found. And so there were little pieces of information that may have been involved.
But despite relentless interrogation, which results in statements from Dykes that he participated in the murders, feds can't get anything concrete out of their prisoners.
That's not true.
Then, on March 24th, a letter postmarked shortly after the women's disappearance arrives at FBI headquarters. It contains a map and a distressing message. We had fun with this one.
I mean, the statement itself is one of those that makes you sick to hear. And it suggested that this was someone who took some satisfaction in their crime.
The map leads to a remote overlook known as Vista Point, only a short drive from the Cedar Lodge Motel. It's here that the investigators' worst fears are realized.
We went down the hill to recover Juli Sund's body. She was naked, other than a 2-inch black duct tape wrapped around her left ankle. The duct tape indicates that this victim had been bound up with the duct tape and kept hostage. Her hair was fanned out, her right leg was spread apart from her left leg, and her left leg was bent forward, and her hands were crossed over her chest.
It appeared that she had been posed. And a person who has been posed in death by an offender indicates an offender who's sexually motivated and who has a fantasy, which is very dangerous for other people.
There was a very large larval mass on Juli's neck, which indicated to me immediately that her neck had been cut.
When they discovered Juli's body, it became even more sinister than everybody originally thought. I mean, it was horrible when they found Carole and Silvina, their charred remains in the trunk of their rental car. But when they found Juli in the position she was, I think people started thinking serial killer, started thinking, you know, this is just a crime that's bigger than we ever thought.
The forensic analysis of the crime scene provides investigators with a surprising piece of material.
That orange acrylic fiber was on Juli Sund's body.
Consistent with originating from the same source as fibers that were found among the belongings of Larwick and Dykes.
Authorities finally have physical evidence linking the half-brothers to the Sund Pelosso murders. Tying them to the anonymous letter will seal their fate.
The fingerprint expert found what he thought was a right thumb partial print on the stamp that overlapped onto the envelope.
But their attempt to connect the partial print to Larwick or Dykes fails. No match is found. FBI DNA expert Melissa Smears now extracts DNA from saliva on the envelope seal.
With regards to the DNA that was obtained on the envelope in this case, I was able to determine that male DNA was present.
She compares this DNA with samples taken from the half-brothers. But once again, investigators receive shocking news. It doesn't match either one of them. The weight of the evidence now suggests that police have been focused on the wrong suspects.
I believe they were playing with the people that were investigating them. And they both got really good treatment for at least 10 weeks while they were being interviewed and re-interviewed, and took an opportunity to send authority on a wild goose chase and had a good time doing it.
That means a killer may still be out there. Three women have been brutally murdered near Yosemite National Park. And the case police have built against their prime suspects, Michael Larwick and Eugene Dykes, falters when compelling forensic evidence suggests some other killer. Investigators pore over the case, looking for new leads. Jeff Reineck turns to the roll of film found near Carole Sund's burnt-out rental car, hoping to learn more about how the women spent their final hours.
The photos were of Juli and Silvina being girls, and Carole being there as the parent enjoying this moment with her daughter and her friend.
But of greater interest to Reineck is the timestamps on the back of the pictures, especially the last one.
Those rolls of film allowed us to say, with relative certainty that they had been alive and well and in their room at roughly 10:30 in the evening on February 15th.
Authorities re-examine the victim's remains in a frantic search for answers. Remarkably, Carole Sund's stomach survived the fire.
They found evidence of starchy material, broccoli, cauliflower, which was very interesting because we knew on February 15th that evening that he'd eaten a meal at the Cedar Lodge, and Carole had ordered a vegetarian burrito. The stomach contents suggested to me that Carole Sund met with her death within hours after eating the burrito that she had purchased.
Investigators realized that Carole, at least, met her death at or in close proximity to the Cedar Lodge. They immediately return to the motel and soon have a new suspect in custody.
It was the night cleaning man at the hotel's restaurant. He had come on duty late the night that the victims were last seen alive, and really had no one who could account for his whereabouts from late that evening until early the next morning. A search that was done of his workplace revealed 2 laundry bags that tested positive for blood.
He was very adversarial, very belligerent, very uncooperative with law enforcement.
Authorities are finally closing in on their killer. Or so they think. On the morning of July 22nd, a Yosemite Park ranger stops by the cabin of 26-year-old Joey Armstrong after friends reported her failure to meet them the previous evening.
Inside the cabin, he could see that a tremendous struggle took place.
Investigators recover fingerprints and trace evidence, but it's the area outside Armstrong's cabin that offers the most intriguing clues.
We identified tire tread marks and shoe wear impressions in the sand.
Yosemite tracker Mark Fincher makes drawings of the 2 distinct tire treads found at the scene. He also notes a clear impression of a man's sandal. The depth and trajectory of the footprint impressions suggest that Joey was dragged to a nearby vehicle. As they follow the tire tracks, investigators encounter more scuffed footprints, indicating that someone had exited the vehicle and been dragged away. The prints continue to a nearby creek, where a grisly find awaits.
And she had been placed up against the reeds and concealed with vegetation. It struck me immediately that the position of her body was almost identical as the position that we recovered Juli Sund in.
It triggered a concern, a fear that perhaps these cases may be connected.
There was evidence of a sexual assault. Her pants had been unbuttoned and unzipped. Her shirt had been pulled up.
Most shocking of all is that Joey Armstrong has been decapitated.
Joey Armstrong was a naturalist, and she took young children who were visiting the park on nature hikes and taught them about the plants and the animals.
I was dumbstruck. I mean, I was devastated. This was another tragic crime.
Authorities scour the crime scene vicinity for possible witnesses. A park ranger soon encounters a man lounging in the sun.
At that point in time, Joey's head, as sad as it sounds, had not yet been found. There was some suspicion that he was hiding some evidence in his backpack.
Would you mind if I had a look in your backpack?
I would prefer if you didn't.
The man's reluctance causes the ranger to bring him in for questioning.
Sure. Thank you.
he is identified as Cedar Lodge handyman Cary Stainer. Nothing of significance is found in Stainer's backpack, which leaves law enforcement wondering why he didn't consent to an earlier search.
He acknowledged that he had been in the park, but he denied being in the area of the crime scene. He denied having any contact with Joey Armstrong. He provided an explanation of what he had been doing in the park.
We asked him, will you voluntarily give us a DNA sample, and he complied.
Okay, thank you.
While Stainer's interview continues, Hopkins takes a precautionary measure.
I dispatched a couple FBI agents to go take Polaroid pictures of the tire tread impressions of Cary Stainer's Jeep.
With nothing to hold him, the handyman is released.
Thanks. You're welcome. Cheers.
Meanwhile, the search for Joey Armstrong's head reaches a grim conclusion.
I didn't know what to read into that. I didn't know if this person was trying to inhibit us, our ability to identify who the victim was and place the head in a different location. I didn't know what to make of that.
Another woman dead and a killer still on the loose. Can police catch him before he strikes again? 5 months after 3 sightseers are found dead outside of Yosemite Park, 26-year-old naturalist Joey Armstrong is brutally murdered near her cabin. Her killer is still out there. The investigation continues on several fronts. But when Nick Rossi decides to ask Cedar Lodge handyman Cary Stainer some more questions, he receives strange news.
I don't know what to say. First time in 2 years he's missed a day of work.
The motel manager takes Rossi to Stainer's apartment. But Stainer is gone, along with most of his possessions. A lookout bulletin is issued for the handyman as a material witness in the Joey Armstrong case. Authorities soon get a hit.
A woman who was staying at Laguna del Sol, which is a resort south of Sacramento, recognized Stainer, and she called the Sacramento office of the FBI.
Special Agent Reineck is dispatched to bring the witness in.
Mr. Stainer? And as soon as Cary was aware I was there, he stood up and put his hands on his head, which is not normal behavior for a citizen.
Given Stainer's odd reaction, Reineck cuffs him as a precaution. And while the agent transports Stainer back to headquarters, Hopkins studies tire tread evidence.
So I compared the sketch of the tire tread impressions in front of the cabin with the Polaroid pictures taken from the tires on Stainer's Jeep.
Mr. Stainer.
How you doing?
What I'm showing you are pictures of tire treads.
The 2 front tires on Stainer's Jeep did not match the back 2 tires of his Jeep, but yet we had both of those tires at that crime scene, and he was telling investigators he'd never been there.
Can I see one of your sandals, please?
Sure.
Once we asked for his sandals, he knew that he left impression evidence behind. He knew that we were going to be able to forensically demonstrate that he was there and he was the one responsible for killing Joey Armstrong.
When he asked to speak to me alone, you know, I guess you could say something was up.
Faced with the evidence, Stainer confesses to the murder. He also tells Reineck exactly what happened.
Excuse me, I'm just getting ready to go.
Okay.
Carrie Stainer was in a real rush to try to remove her out of the cabin into his Jeep and move her out of the area.
But Joey Armstrong resisted, even managed to escape from the moving vehicle. But Stainer caught her and subdued her.
Joey fought fiercely against Stainer and basically forced him to kill her at that scene rather than transporting her far away.
The handyman is officially charged with the Armstrong homicide. Now the FBI wants him for 3 more.
He was implicating himself not only in Joey's death, but possibly also in the Sund Pelosso homicides.
Back to the forensics. Stainer's DNA is compared to saliva from the anonymous letter that led police to Juli Sund. Incredibly, no match is found. Have they got the wrong man again? Hopkins pays yet another visit to room 509 of the Cedar Lodge, now looking for any trace of Carrie Stainer. But none is present. Everything comes down to the partial print lifted from the anonymous letter's stamp.
The fingerprint examiner compared those known fingerprints with that partial fingerprint found on the stamp, and it was a match.
Now forensically tied to the murders of Carole, Juli, and Silvina, Stainer realizes he's reached the end of his road. He opens up to Agent Reineck about a lifetime of twisted desires.
He said, I'm a bad person, I've done some bad things. He has had deviant sexual drive for quite a while.
From the time that he was young, it had been important to him to try to control women. Mastery over them was central to his fantasies about killing and sexual assault.
He recognized his fantasy, he decided he was going to see it through, and he did.
He talked about other guests at the hotel that he chose not to attack because he thought they might have a man with them.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm maintenance. We're having a water leak problem. May I come in?
He desensitized the victims to his approach by knocking on adjacent doors and hollering maintenance and going in and sort of making noises so that by the time he reached their door, it would seem more routine.
I don't know, it's a little late for maintenance work, isn't it?
No problem. I'll go get the management if that makes you feel better.
No, fine. Come in.
Great, thanks.
And that began an unbelievable tragedy.
Everybody freeze! Don't make a sound. Lie down, and don't look at me!
Stainer binds all 3 women with duct tape. He puts Juli and Silvina in the bathroom, leaving Carole Sund on the bed.
Carole Sund was killed initially. He strangled her and placed her in the trunk.
Stainer next brings Silvina Pelosso out to the bed. She makes so much noise he becomes afraid of detection.
And he subsequently killed Silvina Pelosso and placed her in the trunk of the car.
Juli Sund is now the only one alive.
For some weird reason, he developed quite an affinity for Juli.
First, Stainer assaults her. Then he wraps her in a blanket, puts her in the car, and drives her to the secluded shores of Don Pedro Lake.
He wants to fantasize, if you will, that they have a relationship. And he convinced himself that she loved him, and he loved her. And he holds to that till the end.
The FBI finally has the man responsible for Yosemite's reign of terror.
Stainer was the proverbial boy next door, good-looking and unassuming, not the typical person you would suspect of being a killer.
The remaining question is how he kept authorities off his trail for so long. Cedar Lodge handyman Carole Stainer is the confessed killer of Carole and Juli Sund, Silvina Pelosso, and Joey Armstrong. He now tells federal agents how he always planned to outsmart them.
Carole Stainer had fantasized about doing this event, and so he started watching forensic television shows to try to educate himself on all the different types of forensic evidence investigators use to associate an offender to a crime scene.
And he used that knowledge to basically manipulate evidence and create misleading clues for the team investigating this case.
After killing Juli and leaving her at the lake, Stainer sets out to lead authorities far away from his crimes. He drives 100 miles to Long Barn and ditches the rental car with the bodies of Carole and Silvina inside. He then hikes to a main road, catches a cab back to the Cedar Lodge, and thoroughly cleans room 509.
He left all kinds of signs that the women had left that morning and were taking their drive as planned. He had gotten rid of any kind of evidence that this had been a room where 2 killings had taken place and a girl had been sexually assaulted for hours.
He informs investigators that he shaved his body before he struck, in order to leave fewer traces behind. 2 days after the murders, he returns to Long Barn in his own vehicle, places the women's belongings in the rental car, and destroys the evidence. But he keeps a few select items for his next trick, 100 miles away in Modesto.
He took many of the possessions of Carole, Silvina, and Juli and dumped them in Modesto.
This effort to fool police gets a major boost when Dykes and Larwick, the perfect suspects, happen to pick up Carole Sund's wallet and take the clothes to sell on the street. The garments are never recovered, but the orange fibers from Juli's shirt found in the car help incriminate the pair. Hearing about their arrests on the news, Stainer writes the taunting letter to suggest that more than one killer is involved in the crime.
He knew that we could extract DNA from things like envelopes and the flap used to seal an envelope.
So he went down to Modesto and found a little Hispanic boy and paid this little Hispanic boy $5 to spit it in a cup.
He then uses the boy's saliva to seal the envelope.
He showed considerable intelligence and considerable planning in the way that he concealed the crime and planted false evidence.
Confident he can get away with murder, Stainer chooses Joey Armstrong as his next victim. But things go wrong this time, when Armstrong's brave struggle throws a psychopath off his game.
Joey Armstrong's lust for life, her willingness to fight, to have life, is, I believe, what caused him to leave the evidence behind.
He wanted to go back to that crime scene and try to destroy a lot of that evidence and take it back, but he never had the opportunity.
He later confessed that had he not been stopped at that point, he would have continued killing. None of us would think that someone who is normal could commit these kinds of crimes.
You don't know how to feel. I like to think that I did what I did for those victims.
At trial, Carole Stainer pleads insanity. The jury rejects his defense. On December 12, 2002, Stainer receives the death penalty. April 1992. After battling heavy traffic, Nancy Blackburn finally arrives at her destination. A weekend of peace and relaxation awaits. Or so she believes. For Nancy Blackburn, the trip marks the end of a long, cold winter. But it also marks the beginning of a nightmare. A nightmare that will yet claim many more victims.
He's an absolute sexual deviant. He's a predator. The viciousness that he displayed, his ruthlessness, I find to be just chilling.
You clearly had someone, to me, to fit the category of a serial killer.
Investigators must work feverishly to identify an elusive psychopath.
We had no idea who that person was.
Then hunt him down and stop his rampage.
There would be no end to victims until he was caught.
Uncle Ian? Auntie Nance?
Monday, April 13th, 1992. In an upscale neighborhood in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, Jamie Osborne checks in on his aunt and uncle after they fail to show up at a weekend family party. But no one's home. Nothing in the house suggests where they may be.
Uncle Ian? Auntie Nance?
About 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the evening, he also notices that there's keys to the vehicle in the key container.
The keys are to Nancy Blackburn's car. Perhaps it holds a clue to the couple's whereabouts.
He goes to the back of the car, opens the trunk.
Inside is a sight Jamie will never forget. Metro Toronto police are soon on the scene.
It was called about two bodies found in the trunk of a car at 3 St. Leonard's in 53 Division in downtown Toronto.
Detective Sergeant Doug Grady joins forensics expert Richard McEwen, and the investigation begins. An initial glance at the naked female victim reveals the case's first piece of information.
Lividity, which is the blood flowing to the lowest possible area, had set in on the victim, and she had been in the position she was for some time.
The dead couple is quickly identified as Nancy and Ian Blackburn. Neither have been seen for some days. As Nancy's car is secured to protect it from the elements, Grady moves his team inside the Blackburns' upscale North Toronto home. They spend hours combing it for signs of foul play.
Nothing was found that was out of place within the house. There's no signs of violence or any type of struggle that was noticeable.
It becomes evident that the couple was not murdered within these walls. But why were they killed at all?
He was the owner-broker of a business with a partner. They were quite successful. The female victim was a registered nurse who was actively involved in businesses in Toronto. So they were well enough off.
Authorities wonder, was robbery the prime motive behind the murders? They soon get their answer.
There's no way a thief could miss us.
All the Blackburns' possessions seem to be in place, but they learn that something crucial is missing.
And then when I open up the car...
Ian Blackburn's car is not in the garage or anywhere near the property. Grady issues an all-points bulletin for the vehicle as the bodies are removed from Nancy's car and sent to the morgue. Her vehicle is then taken to the Center of Forensic Sciences to be investigated.
And then we did an extensive examination of the car. Fingerprints analysis done on all the surfaces of the car.
Police are hopeful the killer left behind evidence of himself, but they are disappointed.
Unfortunately, no usable fingerprints were found on the car itself. And we could attribute that to the fact that it was cold weather.
Sweat is necessary for a clean fingerprint. In cold weather, the pores that provide sweat close up and leave little moisture behind. In the back seat, authorities do find something interesting. A thermal bag from which they recover a roasting pan. Inside the pan is a fully prepared dinner of beef and vegetables. Meanwhile, at the morgue, an examination of Ian Blackburn's injuries raises more questions than it answers. McEwen determines that he was suffocated after being severely beaten.
He had been punched in the face. He had bruising to him. Somebody had taken control of him quite strongly.
A look at the victim's right leg reveals a particularly intriguing clue.
But he had an unusual, in my experience, unusual markings. Just above his right knee, there was a ligature mark, a very strong ligature mark.
Most captives McEwen has dealt with have been bound at the wrists and ankles. Why would Ian be tied around the knee?
He also had a cylinder mark around his skull. Is consistent with a firearm being placed there very strongly against the side of his head.
McEwen now examines Nancy Blackburn. She too has been asphyxiated. No evidence of sexual assault is found, but her injuries paint a picture of extreme violence. Most alarming is the discovery that both of Nancy's shoulders have been pulled out of their sockets.
At first you're trying to figure out in what kind of scenarios could have resulted in this.
At the forensic garage, investigators finally recover a piece of hard evidence, a bloody Kleenex on the floor of the car. Lab analysis reveals that the blood is not a match to either victim. Could it be the killers? There's no way to be sure. With nothing but speculation to go on, Grady and his team are in need of a break. And suddenly they get one, when Ian Blackburn's car is located 1 hour north of the city at his summer farmhouse. On the case is Detective Inspector Jim Hutchison.
The male victim's vehicle was still in the Caledon area, had been parked there for considerable days.
But a much more compelling find awaits Hutchison inside. police believe they have just found their murder scene. The bodies of Ian and Nancy Blackburn are found in Nancy's car at the couple's Toronto home. The search for their killer leads police 1 hour north of the city to the Blackburns' summer farmhouse. Ian Blackburn's car has been found outside, and human blood on the stairs inside. Detectives Grady and McEwen arrive on the scene. Together with Inspector Hutchison, they seek hard evidence to prove this is their crime scene. Ian Blackburn's car places him at the location within the time frame when the couple died.
We could tell that the vehicle had been there for at least a few days because there were markings around the car where rain had come down and where the soot had been, and there was a clear outline around the vehicle.
Grady obtains phone records for the farmhouse and discovers that the last 2 outgoing calls were made to the Blackburns' Toronto home 3 days before the couple was discovered. This evidence, together with the roaster from Nancy's car, suggests that Ian began the day alone at the cabin and telephoned Nancy to join him.
The speculation was that she had driven up to meet with her husband and had brought a prepared meal.
And at that point, we believe both vehicles were at the farmhouse.
Speculation becomes fact when lab results confirm the blood found on the stairs is Nancy's. At the same time, the investigators receive some startling information from local authorities. 6 months earlier, another Toronto resident had been attacked only 2 kilometers away from the Blackburn cottage.
A vehicle was found off the road in the ditch in Caledon of a store owner from Toronto by the name of Carole Case. She had disappeared from her store downtown Toronto, and then there was some blood found in the car that was identified as being Carole Case.
Presumed murdered, Case's body has not been recovered. As police wonder if the 2 crimes could be connected, the investigation takes another turn.
Look at the window, gentlemen.
Yeah? You think this is the point of entry, or?
It looks like it, officer. Flashlight, please.
There were small pry marks on a window that indicated that there had been forced entry to it.
Down in here, and he made his way in with looks like what could be a knife.
Tool impressions are recorded, and investigators soon learn from local police just how significant they are. It seems that cops throughout the area are all too familiar with these impressions, having seen them at a rash of unique cottage break-ins over the winter. The homicide team is told all about the strange and elusive intruder known as the House Hermit.
The press nicknamed him the House Hermit, and that's how he became known. He would break into a cottage over the winter and live there for a period of time and then abandon it.
He was using the bed, he had the heat turned on in the area, he had a fry pan that he was using.
Evidence of a visit by the House Hermit includes mounds of used tea bags.
Our suspect liked to drink Twinings tea.
And that's not all.
He was using plastic jugs to keep his urine because the water system was not turned on for the winters.
He also keeps a stockpile of his own feces, wrapped in newspapers.
Paper was folded in a kind of a unique manner.
We referred to it as a fish and chip tuck.
What sounds merely eccentric turns possibly sinister when the team is informed that one of the cottages the House Hermit broke into was that of a gun collector.
That break and enter, several handguns were taken. Newer guns, older guns, automatic revolvers. And that was quite a concern.
Investigators wonder, could the mysterious Hermit also be a killer?
So we had an idea that whoever was committing the break and enters may be the person responsible for these murders.
The problem with this theory is that no evidence is found inside the Blackburn farmhouse to suggest the house hermit camped here. Hutchison moves the hunt for clues outside.
I had brought in the ERT team, emergency response team, to search the property and also all the concession roads and that leading up and down the farm.
The effort soon turns up exactly what the police are hoping for. Garbage bags on the Blackburn property containing signs of the house hermit. Tea bags, urine-filled jugs, and the most telling calling card of all.
There were human feces wrapped in the sports section of a newspaper from the Toronto Star.
The pages are dated February 27th. Inside the farmhouse, Grady finds a newspaper for the same date, missing the sports section.
It more or less tied in the victim's residence to what we found outside.
In the garbage, investigators also recover ammunition they are able to trace back to the break-in at the gun collector's cottage. Authorities now suspect that one of those stolen guns had been pressed against Ian Blackburn's head.
We put out the information on the firearms, all of the serial numbers of the firearms.
In another disturbing development at the morgue, medical examiners are getting an idea of just how violently Nancy Blackburn died. In particular, how her shoulders were ripped out of their sockets.
The pathologist attributed to that injury to having your hands behind your back and then being hung up.
And the pathologist described it as being hog-tied.
Clearly, their killer enjoys extreme violence.
But we still had no idea who that person was.
Here we go.
Welcome, come on in.
Mrs. Appleton. Pleasure to meet you, Jim Hutchison.
Then Hutchison is made aware of an extraordinary report filed weeks earlier by an elderly couple, Rose and Samuel Appleton. They had an encounter with the house hermit and were lucky to escape with their lives. Finally, the police are ready to put a face to the man they suspect is their cold-blooded killer. After making a possible link between the Blackburn double murder and a rash of bizarre break-ins in cottage country, police have found witnesses that may help them identify a mysterious drifter dubbed the house hermit. Investigators hang on every word as Rose and Samuel Appleton recount the brush they had with their intruder.
In early March of 1992, an elderly couple from Toronto came up to the Midland area out on Georgian Bay to pay their taxes for their cottage, but also check the cottage and make sure that everything was fine over the winter.
So give me a second, I'll turn on the power, check the pipes. Are you okay, dear? Yeah, I won't be long.
He asked his wife to stay in the car. He walks to the cottage. He opens it up, he goes in.
He was confronted by our suspect, who had a firearm.
Took control of the older gentleman and took him back to the car.
Told him to drive me to Toronto to your house and I'll leave you there.
The hour-long trip to Toronto is spent in silence and terror. But once in the city, the Appletons defy the house hermit's order to take him to their residence.
He drove this person right to Dundas and Yonge, the busiest street in Toronto, right at the busiest corner of Toronto.
I will not take you to our home. If you're going to shoot us right here.
The Appletons await their fate, but in the end, their brave tactic works.
The suspect got out of the car and took off.
And I honestly believe that that action saved their lives.
The couple now tells police everything they can remember about their assailant.
Both gave descriptions of of the individuals that had attacked, and a composite drawing was prepared by the OPP artist.
We had the similarities in the break-ins, and now we had a description of our suspect.
Yes. Yes, she was. She had dark glasses on.
We thought of releasing composite drawings, but composite drawings give you quite often 1,000 names that mean nothing. A composite drawing sometimes isn't exact enough.
Local investigation at the time of the incident revealed evidence that the house hermit had camped at the Appleton cottage. Hutchison now returns there and discovers a box the hermit had stashed away. Inside are alarming contents.
There was quite an extensive collection of porn found at that time.
Much of the pornography features acts of S&M. In particular, photographs of women who have been hog-tied.
And some of it was cut out and classified. And classified, I mean, categorized, would keep it in different groups.
There'd be a whole bunch of breast pictures, and then there'd be a whole bunch of anus pictures. It wasn't that he was cutting out and putting them together. It was just that they would be cutting it up and categorizing it.
A troubling profile of the suspected killer emerges from this evidence.
He was somebody who was good with his hands, somebody who was methodical.
And also that he was fantasy-driven. I believe that he could only gain satisfaction through a type of bondage or violence.
Police now review their evidence. Ian's car, abandoned at the Blackburn farmhouse. The phone records showing calls from the farmhouse to his Toronto residence. The roasting pan in Nancy's car. Her blood on the stairs. Signs that the house hermit entered the farmhouse and camped there. His appetite for violent pornography. And lastly, the vicious wounds to both Ian and Nancy. Taken together, they form a picture of how and why the Blackburns died. It starts with Ian arriving at the farmhouse alone, having driven up in his vehicle. He's completely unaware that the house hermit is residing inside. Ian enters the residence, phones Nancy in Toronto, and they discuss her driving up to join him.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hi, sweetie. Yeah, I've got the roast in the oven.
And I'll probably be there in a couple hours. All right.
Okay, hon. We'll look forward to seeing you then. Great. Bye.
By the time Nancy arrives, Ian is powerless to help her.
Ian? Honey?
Please, Ian. I'm scared.
The house hermit overpowers her. Then hog-ties her and assaults her in accordance with his sexually sadistic fantasies. Finally, he kills her and throws her in the trunk of her car. The hermit now cleans up his campsite, throws the garbage in the woods, and prepares to leave the area. Though police can't be sure how the Blackburns ended up back in Toronto, a closer examination of Ian Blackburn's injuries, including the ligature mark on his right leg, point to the likely circumstance. His right arm was tied to his right leg with enough slack to allow him to drive, while his left arm and ankle were tightly bound together.
And forced the male victim to drive the vehicle back to Toronto, possibly not even knowing that his wife was in the trunk, and probably hoping to save his own life, hoping to get back to Caledon to release his wife, who would be tied up back at the cottage.
What now?
And once he got into the driveway, he was asphyxiated, put in the trunk of the car, and they were left there.
But despite their theories, all police have to show for the investigation is a bloody tissue and a composite sketch they can connect to no one. Then, they make a discovery that just may turn things around. Under the pornography found at the Appletons' property are several strange lists of military equipment.
Fokker airplanes against Sopwith Campbells, you know, like unique planes. All crossed off. Firearms, rifles against cannons. It appeared to be a solitary game of war.
But for the investigators, more important than the content of the lists is the style in which they have been written. The handwriting is so unique, it might prove as effective as a fingerprint in identifying someone. The team goes public with their manhunt.
We provided the media with a copy of the handwriting, and it went in national media, both on television and in the print media.
Police know all too well the risks they take releasing their evidence. It may alert the suspect that they're onto him. But if they don't roll the dice and take this gamble, they'll never catch a killer before he strikes again. Police have distributed samples of the house hermit's unique handwriting to the media in hopes that someone can help identify their elusive suspect. Within hours, they hit pay dirt, courtesy of Allison Shaw.
Well, we had a call from a female called Allison who said that she definitely knew that writing, that she knew the individual for the last 2 or 3 years.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet
Jim
you.
Hutchison.
Nice, pleasure.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Allison sits down with authorities and unfolds the story of their suspect.
So why don't you explain to me this list that we spoke about on the phone?
I met him in Orangeville, Ontario. He was working on a building which was behind my apartment that I rented with my husband at the time.
You a bit of a description of him?
I have a picture. Does that help?
That'd be fantastic.
She also provides investigators with what they want most, an identification.
And it was that time that she gave us the name David Snow.
David Snow owned a shop called Nothing in Particular, and it was a knick-knack shop. Allison worked for him in the knick-knack shop.
Allison had seen samples of Snow's distinctive handwriting on inventory lists for the store.
See, this is a German Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber.
Yeah?
See, the thing about this plane is it wasn't the fastest plane. And it wasn't even... But what it did do...
He'd come over after work with Darius, who was my husband. Come up to the apartment, have dinner, a couple of beers. It got to be a daily occurrence in pretty short order. I noticed he had a real problem with hygiene. He had terrible body odor. It's like he hadn't showered in months. He had really rotten teeth. It's awful.
In fact, he had the kind of bad teeth that are prone to bleeding. But despite his terrible hygiene, Allison got along well with her eccentric employer.
Our relationship was okay. It was fine. It wasn't close. It wasn't distant. It was just me doing my thing and him doing his.
That is, until Snow discovered that Allison was expecting her first child.
David, I didn't see you there.
Why didn't you tell me?
Excuse me?
You told Sherry that you were pregnant. You never told me.
He didn't react very well at all. He said, I thought I was a better friend to you than that. Like, what?
I guess I don't mean anything to you.
And stormed off. You know, like he was my husband or something? It just blew me away.
Allison had to accept that something was very wrong with David Snow. But no one else in Orangeville seemed bothered by his peculiar ways.
No one ever said anything about any of that. Ever. I felt like I was the only one.
In her experience, Snow's behavior continued to grow increasingly strange and unsettling.
I had seen this real change in him, this slow decline over the last few months. That I really got frightened, you know? I don't know why, I still don't know why, but I did.
Authorities ask Allison where her boss is now. She has no idea. The investigation moves to the town where Snow had his shop. Police inquire after the man believed to be the house hermit and their killer.
We went around to the Orangeville area there, and we had officers going door to door handing out pictures of David Snow.
Homicide in your area. Just tell me if you've seen this man.
When we started doing a background history on him, we found that he never drove. He walked everywhere.
His older brother had tried to teach him to drive at one point, and he just broke out into a sweat. He was nervous. He put the car in the ditch and jumped out and said, I will never get inside a car again.
Police also learned substantial details about Snow's departure from the area over 8 months ago.
October 3rd of 1991, he went into the taxi stand in Orangeville, which he used. It was very, very early in the morning. He was covered with mud, and he was wet, and he got a ride, and he paid cash and jumped out of the vehicle in Guelph, and that's the last that he was seen in Orangeville.
The most alarming thing about Snow's disappearance is that it occurred on the very same day that the car of Toronto store owner Carole Case was found in a ditch in Caledon.
Now, the location of that car, if you follow the county road that the car was on, slightly farther north, it almost runs into the area where the Snow's family home was.
David Snow may not be just a killer. He may be a serial killer.
I thought somebody who's committed these type of crimes is not going to stop until they're caught. They have no regard for anybody else. So, yes, we were concerned.
Authorities put out a Canada-wide arrest warrant for their prime suspect. But as they scramble to find David Snow, a predator is stalking more prey. David Snow is the prime suspect in the murders of Ian and Nancy Blackburn. Now, just as police launch an intense search to find him, a 21-year-old photo store clerk goes missing on July 1st, 1992. No one has seen her since the previous evening when she worked alone at the business. On the case is RCMP investigator Randy Bennett. But the strange thing about this crime is that it hasn't taken place in Toronto or even Ontario. The victim has been abducted over 3,000 kilometers away in Vancouver, British Columbia. Besides no witnesses, the scene offers few clues for Bennett's investigators.
They had absolutely no information to work on and were relying on some public assistance to try to support their investigation.
Law enforcement combs the city looking for the abducted woman. 10 days later, there's still no sign of her. Then, on July 11th, there's another kidnapping.
There had been young lady abducted from a video store in North Vancouver.
The only witness to the crime is a badly shaken video store manager.
It was somewhat sketchy information that a lone male individual entered the video store. The manager was tied up and left in the building, and a female employee was removed from the building. The manager was able to free himself from his ligatures and made the call in that there'd been a robbery and an abduction, and the employee was missing.
In describing the perpetrator, the manager notes that he had terrible body odor and a mouthful of rotten teeth. Bennett learns the victim's car is missing from the parking lot, and a citywide dragnet begins. Among the cops on high alert is Constable David Kwasnica. He decides to head for Mount Seymour Provincial Park, as the area best fits his theory about the man they are hunting.
I felt that the suspect was abducting this woman in order to sexually assault her and would likely take the woman to a secluded area.
Kwasnica drives around the corner in a remote area of the park.
And that's where we found the vehicle.
They called in the location where they were at, and we were sending extra members to reinforce and to provide backup for them.
Kwasnica and his partner proceed to secure the vehicle and look for any clues the abductor may have left behind.
And at that point, that's when we heard the screaming from the forest.
Tucked in the woods, just off the road, Kwasnica discovers the badly assaulted victim from the video store. At least she's alive.
She was in a squatting position. Her wrists were tied to her ankles.
And just as backup arrives, Kwasnica gets another shock.
And I started running towards the screams that I heard.
Not far from the first victim, the officers discover a makeshift campsite. Tied to a tree is another woman who's been severely brutalized. Kwasnica immediately recognizes her as the victim kidnapped 10 days earlier from the photo store.
The crime scene had some sleeping bags and personal articles and personal clothing and some food garbage and debris.
Kwasnica and his partner try to comfort the traumatized woman.
What disturbed me was how this victim reacted with no reaction, just like very calm, cool, collected, and monotone voice.
As the women are escorted out of the woods, more police move in, and the hunt for the perpetrator kicks into high gear.
We are directed that we would deploy other police cars to start setting up roadblocks and try to contain a male suspect that had fled off into the bushes.
But given the nature of Mount Seymour Park, that's not going to be easy.
It's very densely treed with lots of undergrowth and so forth, and because it's on a mountain slope, you can probably hide in any crevice or corner or crack or under any trees or bushes and stay hidden for quite some period of time.
As the massive manhunt gets underway, authorities searching the second victim's car find a gun.
The police officers called the serial numbers into our office and they ran them on the national database.
Bennett learns that the gun was stolen in a cottage robbery in Ontario by a man wanted on a countrywide murder warrant. His name is David Snow.
I get a call from British Columbia, and I think it's your fellow they're looking for. Oh, I was totally shocked.
You're serious? Ontario police can only hope that BC authorities will do what they could not: find and capture their killer. Concerns about a psychopath loose in the park are soon compounded when authorities learn that a marathon is taking place.
We were worried that he would grab another victim.
As night falls, the manhunt becomes much more difficult, but failure is not an option.
We had one of the greatest threats to the community that the community has seen in a long time.
And for a local restaurant owner, it's a threat that's all too real. After abducting and assaulting 2 women in Vancouver, David Snow is being hunted by police in Mount Seymour Provincial Park. They don't know he's managed to flee the area and choose another victim at a secluded restaurant. Snow forces the woman to the back of the building, but he's unaware that she was able to trigger the restaurant's silent alarm. With most law enforcement resources diverted to Mount Seymour, it falls on Constable Peter Cross and his partner John Westlock to respond.
We were doing what you would call standard routine police calls. We got 2 calls for alarms. One was in Edgemont Village, and the second alarm was for the Bridge House restaurant. To this day, I have no idea why I chose the Bridge House, because we were actually driving by the other alarm to get to the Bridge House alarm.
Nothing appears out of place upon their arrival, and they can't hear the victim. Constable Cross finally arrives at the back of the building.
Freeze! And that's when he starts running.
In one fell swoop, Cross brings to an end Snow's deadly rampage.
Now go back to the woman back there. She needs help.
I said, "You're the fella we're looking for, aren't you?" And he said, "Yeah, I think so."
You're gonna be okay. Can you hear me?
Snow's victim is alive, if just barely.
We were told by the hospital staff that she was 30 to 45 seconds away from dying. To come across someone that is in the process of being killed is extremely rare. To have the ability to stop it and have the ability to catch the guy doing it, I think is, yeah, it's one of those moments in time that, yeah, you're pretty proud of it when you're done.
Snow first stands trial in British Columbia.
We were able to secure convictions against David Snow for several counts of abduction, forcible confinement, sexual assault, and aggravated assault.
After being sentenced, he's returned to Ontario to stand trial for the Blackburn homicides.
A DNA sample is obtained from him, and it's subsequently matched to the blood in the Blackburn car.
Police see that years of neglect have left Snow's gums prone to bleeding. Poor hygiene caused him to leave key evidence behind.
On top of all the circumstantial evidence that we had, that was the bonus to show that there was David Snow's blood in the deceased car. That was irrefutable.
David Snow is convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder. The body of Carole Case is eventually recovered, but for lack of evidence, he's never charged with her slaying.
I don't believe that there's any redeeming merit in David Snow whatsoever. He's not an individual that could come back into the community.
The viciousness that he displayed, his ruthlessness, I find to be just chilling.
I have no idea what drove him. The psychiatrist will spend years studying as to what prompted him to this behavior.
I would drive him home. 10 or 11 o'clock at night, the two of us on the pitch black dirt roads. I never thought twice about it.
Declared a dangerous offender, David Snow will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Wednesday, October 2nd, 2002. It's a lovely autumn day in Washington, D.C. and the surrounding area. Citizens are going about their everyday lives and business. But things are about to change. 6:04 p.m. in a shopping mall parking lot in Silver Spring, Maryland. A man returns to his car with groceries and is shot dead.
There was no rhyme or reason.
The next morning at 7:40 a.m., a maintenance worker is gunned down. Half an hour later, so is a taxi driver.
I'm at one crime scene, and there's notification that we have another crime scene.
At 8:37 a.m., a woman is killed outside a post office.
Maybe 30 minutes later, there's another shooting.
This time, it's a mother of two murdered while cleaning her van.
What is going on here that makes these people targets?
A population under siege.
The potential pool of targets is everybody.
We were looking for a ghost because we didn't know where he would strike. Was it terrorist? Is it some nut out there taking shots at people?
No one is safe, not even the cops.
In my normal line of work, I didn't fear for my life on an everyday basis.
Hundreds of investigators join forces in the struggle to catch an invisible killer. Can forensic science help put an end to the terror? Five people have been gunned down in cities and towns around Washington, D.C. Four of them in the space of 3 hours.
We had a lot of people that were dead, and nobody knew why.
Montgomery County Police Chief Charles Moose looks for anything that might connect the victims.
But it's really people doing everyday kinds of things. Guy picking up groceries, guy cutting grass at a car dealership, a guy pumping gas in his taxi cab.
When you started to make a list of the people that were dead, there was nothing that tied them together. Not their race, not their age, not their gender.
Authorities scour the morning's 4 murder scenes for any clues that could point to who's behind this. But at every location, it's the same story.
It's a pretty nondescript crime scene, not a lot of evidence. There's a little bit of blood, but nothing really from a forensic standpoint.
Not a single shell casing from the bullets that felled the victims is recovered. Which begs the question, where did the shots come from? Witnesses in each vicinity are questioned, to no avail.
People don't particularly see anything, don't particularly hear anything. We're really at the hands of the medical examiner to tell us what happened.
At the morgue, bullets and bullet fragments removed from the victims provide authorities with their first evidence. They are rushed to the ballistics labs of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives for analysis.
We weigh the bullets, measure the diameter of the base of the bullet. This is to help us determine the caliber of the bullet itself.
Experts also study the distinct land and groove impressions imparted to the bullets when they travel through a gun barrel.
The random microscopic imperfections in the barrel will transfer to the bullet and repeat themselves from one shot to the next, much like that of your fingerprint.
And once we determine the caliber, the number of lands and grooves, their measurements, we're able to check a database to see the possible manufacturers of firearms that bullet may have been fired from.
In the face of the inexplicable killings, officers from dozens of jurisdictions pour into the streets on high alert.
We didn't know if it was one person, if it was two persons, or if it was a group of people.
In a startling development, the FBI visits Moose with disturbing intelligence that suggests a motive behind the attacks: terrorism.
We get the briefing that Al-Qaeda has been trained to shoot congresspeople in the Washington, D.C. area. And then the caveat, if not congresspeople, then best available targets.
I mean, keep in mind, this is very much in the shadow of 9/11.
And if it was terrorists doing it for terrorist purposes, then I'm not sure we would know what that would look like.
News of the bizarre multiple homicides soon sends shockwaves throughout the region. Moose knows it's only a matter of time before the media trickle becomes a flood. But he's got nothing to tell them until word arrives of the first break in the case. A witness to one of the shootings has come forward.
There was a landscaper nearby, and he actually heard the shot.
He reports seeing a vehicle leaving the scene, a white van. And inside the van, 2 white men.
The picture's in.
Police quickly obtain photographs of possible models of the white van and distribute them to the press.
Well, let's do it.
They wanted the media to get out there so the public could help them find these guys.
That afternoon, Moose holds a press conference and tries to reassure the public.
We don't have anybody right now.
It's a tough task, especially when he speaks of the victims.
The worst thing about the case was that all of the victims were chosen at random. So consequently, everyone in the community felt like a potential target.
And that's what really scared the hell out of people.
The rest of the afternoon and early evening pass without incident.
You're just hoping somehow that it's some freakish thing. This is just all some person having a mental health crisis, and it's gonna be over.
But such hopes are in vain. Pascal Charlotte, a 72-year-old carpenter, is slain in Washington, D.C. while out for an evening stroll. He is the 6th casualty in just over 24 hours. On the morning of October 4th, a tense population awakes. And the horror continues. A 43-year-old woman is shot in the parking lot of an arts and crafts store in Fredericksburg, Virginia. A white van is spotted leaving the scene. But this time, there's a miracle. The victim survives. Determined to catch the assailant, authorities set up a task force and centralize operations. The ATF, FBI, DEA, Secret Service, and the renowned U.S. Marshals all sign on.
We had, I think, 60 law enforcement agencies involved from all over Virginia, Washington, D.C., Maryland.
A phone tip line is established, along with a $50,000 reward for information. That same day, ballistics results arrive from the ATF. The findings offer investigators the first tangible piece of this deadly puzzle.
Those bullets and bullet fragments were being fired from the same firearm.
And the weapon ID'd is a long-range, high-powered rifle.
We were dealing with a .22 class rifle.
Experts conclude the shooter is using either the U.S. military's M16 or its civilian version, the AR-15. A sniper is on the loose, assassinating citizens at will. The task force presses its investigation, checking parole records, gun purchases, and the criminal histories of anyone who owns firearms. They talk to every gun dealer in the region and appeal to the public.
We believe this is the type of gun that is being used by the assailant. We're asking the public to please report any suspicious owners of weapons like this to our tip line.
What kind of gun is that, Chief?
Fear grips the entire area.
People were staying home. People were afraid. It was all over the area. The malls had less people. The freeways had less people.
There were people, citizens, walking up and just saying, you know, I need to know whether I should take my kid to school tomorrow, or I should pick him up, or should I let him take the bus?
Law enforcement does its best to calm public nerves.
The police are everywhere. We're in your neighborhoods. We're stationed outside your children's schools.
There are no shootings on the weekend. Police and the public again dare to dream the killings have stopped. They are unaware that a killer has simply taken a respite before committing his most heinous act yet. "5 days of random shootings around Washington, D.C. have killed 6 and injured 1. On Monday, October 7th at 8:09 a.m. in Bowie, Maryland, 13-year-old schoolboy Iron Brown is shot through the chest.
It was a kid going to school, an even more innocent victim, which just sort of ratcheted this whole thing up.
It seemed to be a direct message that we couldn't keep the kids okay.
Police immediately cordon off the area. The boy is administered emergency treatment. Medical personnel managed to save his life. A massive search is launched of the schoolyard, as well as a wooded area nearby.
Line searches are set up to go systematically through an area, section by section, and not miss anything because you're shoulder to shoulder.
This effort leads to the recovery of a .223 caliber shell casing in the woods, 140 yards from where Brown fell. The surrounding bush has been separated and matted down. A nearby footpath leads out to a major road, and easy escape. And off the path, investigators find a strange piece of evidence. A calling card from the sniper. This clue is rushed to the lab. It's the death card from the tarot deck.
You're very hopeful that there'll be a fingerprint on it, any DNA on it. Is there anything in the ink that may lead you to some specialty shop?
No prints or DNA traces are found, but across the top is written 3 shocking words. Call me God.
It was basically mocking the police. Come catch me. I'm invincible.
The card makes authorities wonder just what kind of psychopath they're dealing with. FBI profilers and behavioral experts paint a picture of the likely suspect.
The expert's perspective was white males do serial killings, that the person was going to be 25 to 30 and not have a girlfriend and be in the military.
Whoever the sniper may be, Moose sees a small spark of hope in his message.
We now have somebody that wants to talk about this.
As investigators ponder how to open communication with a killer, the slaughter continues. Dean Harold Myers was a 53-year-old engineering project manager. A witness sees a white van leaving the scene. The task force tip line overflows with calls as the reward for information surpasses $200,000. Based on credible tips, several suspects are investigated and arrested. The Pentagon lends a hand, providing state-of-the-art surveillance technology. Even the president weighs in.
We're lending all the resources of the federal government to find this, whoever it is.
Unfortunately for police, their relationship to the press is growing testy.
We were essentially angry at the pace of the investigation. We were angry that we were not being told very much.
It made it very difficult to conduct an investigation ongoing while the media is conducting one simultaneously.
Leaks become pervasive.
We had to tell them that if they were caught following the investigators, they were going to be arrested.
The unrelenting sniper claims his next victim on October 10th. Kenneth Bridges was a 53-year-old father of 6 and a respected businessman. Again, a white van is reported fleeing the vicinity. October 14th brings yet another murder. Linda Franklin was an FBI analyst and mother of 2. As at all the shootings, police shut down traffic in the entire region.
Driving down Route 1, I would see a half-dozen agents, you know, guns drawn, big assault rifles, surrounding white vans, pulling the drivers out.
But the number of white vans out there is vast.
I remember sitting for 3 or 4 turns of the traffic light there, and I counted 50 white vans that would go through.
No vans are isolated. No suspects stick. No pattern emerges.
All of our many, many leads right now are leading to nothing.
People in the Washington area are living under incredible strain. Even the police feel like targets.
My kids were running through parking lots because I made them. I had them ducking down in the car at gas stations.
There were gas stations where they would have big signs out in front, "We will pump your gas."
My kids were sending me out the door saying, "You got to catch him today, Mom, so we can go back outside and play." And, you know, it was just every day, every breathing moment, you were thinking about this case.
The number of calls to the tip line becomes staggering.
I believe we had 60,000 emails in addition to the 100,000 phone calls.
Police remain convinced the key to preventing more deaths is establishing communication with the sniper. What they don't know is death has come calling. The Washington, D.C. region is living in terror as the death toll continues to mount. Authorities desperately want to make contact with a sniper who calls himself God. They have no idea that God is trying to contact them too. But with thousands of calls overwhelming dispatchers, getting through isn't easy. Then, on October 17th, Officer Derek Belisle, spokesman for the Montgomery County Police, nears the end of a very long shift. He takes what he hopes is his last call.
Montgomery Police Department, how may I help you?
Shut up and listen, or more people will die.
That phone call was unlike anything I'd ever had before. It was a very firm voice, a male voice that was very insistent.
I am the sniper. I have tried to contact you many times. Your phones are either busy or you hang up. It better not happen this time.
Yes, sir, I'm listening.
The caller delivers Belisle's a strange message.
Montgomery, Alabama. A liquor store robbery. 2 women shot. 1 died.
I think that he was trying to send a message that he was the real deal. That if you don't think I'm serious, check the Montgomery killings. The call lasted probably just a little bit more than a minute. And after it was over, I called the command center.
As police begin searching for an Alabama connection, the sniper strikes again in Ashland, Virginia. The victim is 37-year-old Jeffrey Hopper. A bullet tears through his upper abdomen and shatters several organs. But he is the 3rd target to survive. Agents comb the surrounding area for evidence.
The ATF went out into the woods and did a once-over and actually found a shell casing.
And nearby, something more compelling. A second communication from the sniper. It's immediately rushed to the lab.
And so whatever's in that bag, in that note, is going to be critical to our forensics, to our science. So the handling of that whole thing is done very professionally, done very methodically. But that all takes time.
Again, no prints or DNA is found. The note is then analyzed for its content. Investigators first noticed the use of "we" and "us" repeatedly, advertising more than one killer. And that's not all.
They asked for $10 million, and they asked us to deliver it over a credit card that they could use at the ATMs to do withdrawals.
We were scratching our heads with that one. Here we've got some sniper out there shooting people. Is it all for money? It didn't quite make sense what their MO was at that point.
But in their zeal to analyze the letter forensically, authorities are late to notice a key piece of its content. The gunmen left the number of a payphone outside the restaurant where Hopper was shot, and a time they would call police at that payphone to negotiate their demands. The hour has long passed, leaving law enforcement open to the sniper's threat of more killings to come. But now the task force has a specific phone number, and the marshals can bring more of their skills to bear.
Our expertise in our technical operations area and our electronic surveillance was needed.
If the snipers can be convinced to call the number they left in their note, agents can finally close in on them.
The ability to track a telephone call is pretty simple. You just have to have a number on one end or the other to research either all the calls going out from that phone, or we could trap every call coming into there.
We went ahead and forwarded any calls into that number to our command posts.
Moose has the media deliver a message to the snipers. Call us at the number of the payphone by the restaurant that you provided. And the cops are waiting. Within 24 hours, they get a hit.
Hello, this is Chief Moose.
Call me God.
Keep him going. Okay.
You have failed us.
In less than a minute, the marshals succeed in tracing the number the snipers are calling from.
We got the location. The information was relayed down to our inspector in that area, and he put it out to all the units.
SWAT teams descend on the scene. They target a man in a phone booth and his partner nearby.
Up on the television screens, possible snipers have been arrested in Washington. Breaking news, CNN. Everybody got kind of excited, putting it all together. White van, payphone.
Yeah.
But the U.S. Marshals soon realize there's been a big mistake.
No, you've got the wrong phone booth. What? You're on the wrong side of the street.
The payphone in front of the white van was not the phone that the sniper had called from.
It's from that phone booth over there.
The phone they had used is only yards away.
Maybe they picked that location because there was a person on the phone at the time in a white van.
The snipers slip away again. But they may have made a serious mistake telling Officer Belials about the Alabama liquor store robbery.
I called Montgomery, Alabama, and spoke to Sergeant Martinez, who told me that indeed a shooting had occurred at a liquor store.
And the strangest thing, when the suspect ran away, there was an item dropped.
And on that item is a crucial piece of forensic evidence that could change everything. Police have missed the snipers in a botched takedown. But a lead from the killers themselves keeps law enforcement on their trail. At a robbery in Montgomery, Alabama, a gunman dropped a magazine from his pocket as he fled.
The magazine that was dropped was a guns and ammo magazine. And in fact, I think one of the pages was folded over to sniper scopes.
And on that page is a vital piece of evidence.
They had lifted a print off of that magazine, but they hadn't processed it.
The magazine is shipped to the Sniper Task Force, and the fingerprint is run through the FBI's massive federal database. The search for a match strikes gold. Investigators are shocked. The man identified is only 17 years old. His name is Lee Boyd Malvo.
We had talked about these sniper video games that kids play. So early on, we hadn't dismissed the fact that it may be kids playing out a video game.
Malvo had been fingerprinted 2 years before when he was held temporarily as a possible illegal immigrant from Jamaica.
Also, thank you.
Reviewing various related documents, the marshals noticed something intriguing.
I saw that there was a common denominator in these reports.
There is frequent mention of another person in Malvo's company, a man by the name of John Muhammad.
When you go through a immigration process, you have to tell the authorities who you are being sponsored by, who you're going to be associated with, and that information all pointed to John Muhammad.
Police conduct research on Muhammad. William Sarukas taps a federal database, getting a hit on a driver's permit for a John Muhammad in Washington, and before that, in California.
I called a friend of mine from the California Department of Motor Vehicles and asked that he get Muhammad's picture to me as soon as possible. That was on the night of the 21st when I called him. I had that picture at about 3 a.m. the 22nd.
Authorities get their first look at Muhammad. Not another teenager, but a man in his 30s. They wonder, is he also involved in the killings? And will the killings ever stop? Bus driver Conrad Johnson, 35 and a father of 2, is gunned down in Aspen Hill. He is victim number 13. Near the scene is another note. It reasserts the sniper's demand for $10 million and says, "Your incompetence has cost you another life." The press gets wind that authorities have possible suspects in their sights. But Moose isn't talking.
We were not happy that we weren't getting information and that things weren't moving forward.
But the chief has his reasons for keeping things quiet.
We weren't able to say that they were the snipers. We couldn't put too strong connections out there and prematurely because this was a huge case. So it was a very delicate dance.
Further research reveals that John Muhammad has a vehicle registered to his name, but it's not a white van. It's an older model Chevrolet Caprice, and it's been around.
We found 12 instances where law enforcement had made inquiries on that particular car, almost all of them consistent with shootings either before or after.
Muhammad was talked to by a police officer during a traffic stop following a shooting, when we shut down the freeways.
The reason nothing happened is because at that time it was not a wanted vehicle.
Police were only focused on a white van.
The search for the white van became everything. That if we can just find the right white van, we'll solve this case. The white van became the white elephant of the entire event.
Muhammad's name is entered into the task force's phone tip line database, and it pays off.
Amongst these 60,000 tips that we had received a tip from someone that knew Muhammad.
Investigators are soon across the country in Washington state, interviewing Muhammad's buddy from the military, Robert Holmes.
We were in the Army. We were at Fort Lewis at the same time for probably about 2-3 years. We were always good friends, so we stayed in touch.
Holmes tells authorities Muhammad paid frequent visits to his house.
John Muhammad. What's up, man?
On one of these visits, Muhammad showed up with a new companion.
How you going, man? Hey, you know how they got.
He came down one day and he had Lee with him, and he introduced Lee to me. He said Lee was a sniper.
It's a sniper. Sniper, how you doing, man?
I mean, it was like he said it, and you could have taken it as a joke or whatever.
Holmes relates the story of how Muhammad met Malvo in Jamaica while dating the boy's mother, and later sponsored the youth when mother and son immigrated to the U.S. It was during this time that Malvo was fingerprinted. He soon became estranged from his mother and hit the road with Muhammad.
Malvo was desperately looking to follow a dominant male figure that he had not had prior in his life.
Okay, you're loaded. Peer down your barrel. You see him? Peer down the scope. Okay, you ready? You're gonna shoot.
Several reports refer to it as a father-son relationship,
Fire one.
where he took this young man under his wing and was going to show him the ways of the world.
But after several failed businesses, failed marriages, and a bitter custody dispute, John Muhammad's worldview was increasingly fueled by anger, resentment, and paranoia.
He was depressed and probably a little bit angry, but it's probably like controlled anger.
One day, Muhammad and Malvo left their friend's home in Washington State and headed for Washington, D.C. Muhammad told Holmes he was off to settle a score with his ex-wife, Mildred.
He says, I pretty much know where Mildred's at. He said, Mildred's in the D.C. area. It's just a matter of me pinpointing her.
Months later, when Holmes sees news coverage of the sniper case, he becomes suspicious.
And the reason I called is there was people getting killed. Me and John, we're as close to being brothers without having the blood, okay? So if it had been my blood brother doing that and I thought it was him, I would still have to make the call.
John Muhammad and Lee Malvo are now the investigation's prime suspects. But can police find them before another life is taken? Authorities believe they have finally identified their snipers, but are racing the clock trying to find them before more victims are killed.
So do we or do we not release these names to the media?
There can be good and bad in notifying the public. The good is we have that many more people looking for this person. The bad can be that we drive that person away from an area that we may already have an interest in.
You put their names out there, do they run? Do they get rid of the automobile? Do they get rid of the gun?
There was some debate, and ultimately it was decided not to release the information.
Back in Tacoma,
Yeah, they were standing right over there.
Holmes shows police the tree in his backyard the suspects used for target practice.
What gun was it? It's a Bushmaster, AR-15. Powerful weapon.
But in yet another leak, the media gets tipped off to Holmes and descends on his residence.
No comment. Later.
They were camped out in front of the house. They had the street blocked off, all this craziness.
The best lead yet was in the news, and that if our suspects saw that clip, you know, they'd be in the wind.
Things get even worse for the task force.
The word came out through one of the network media outlets that the police were looking for a Chevy Caprice, and they had the tag number. The decision was made by the editor at our radio station to use that information and to repeat that information rather frequently.
October 24th, 1 a.m. Only 6 hours since Muhammad's license plate number was leaked to the public. Whitney Donahue, a refrigeration mechanic, parks at a Maryland rest stop off Interstate 70.
Whitney Donahue had been following this case extremely closely because he drove a white van and got pulled over a number of times just as a citizen driving a white van, which you can imagine was very frustrating for him.
Earlier, he had heard radio reports disseminating information about the Caprice.
He wrote down the license plate, NDA21Z.
Donahue finds himself just a few feet away from the most wanted men in America. He calls 911. But in an all-too familiar twist that has plagued the case from the start, he is unable to get through. The mechanic doesn't flee. He calls again and again. Eventually, he reaches authorities.
Yeah, I can see the sniper's car. I'm right beside him.
His call is routed to the command center.
It's
just parked there. I don't see anyone. I don't know.
Where are you?
I'm just off of I-70 at a rest stop.
Police prepare to move in.
3 different SWAT teams from Montgomery County, Maryland State Police, and the FBI were teaming up.
Law enforcement must prepare for all contingencies. Has the car been abandoned? Or are the snipers hiding inside? Or worse, are they in the woods, waiting to pick off anyone who approaches? State troopers close off the highways around the rest stop. With the area secure, the SWAT team goes into action. Mohammed and Malvo were both asleep in the car, but they're wide awake now. Police have captured 2 men they believe terrorized the D.C. area for 23 days. ATF agent Tim Curtis arrives at dawn with a search warrant and examines their car for evidence. He soon finds exactly what he's hoping for. An AR-15 Bushmaster rifle.
It was at that point, all the agents and law enforcement personnel on the scene, yeah, you could hear a gasp of relief coming from them.
The rifle is rushed to the lab to determine if it's the murder weapon.
We examined it to see if it was operational, and we took it down to the water tank and test fired. We recovered the bullets and put them on the comparison microscope.
The impressions on these bullets exactly match impressions on the bullets recovered from the victims. Police have their snipers. A further investigation of the Blue Caprice reveals an astonishing twist to the assassin's MO.
You can notice above the license plate area, there's a small hole cut into the frame of the vehicle itself. The snipers could actually lift up the back portion of the rear seat and crawl into the trunk area. And with the trunk open just a little bit, they were able to sight their victims.
This explains how they escaped detection and why no shell casings were found at most of the shootings. With the killers in custody, the task force wraps up operations.
The fact that this task force was able to come together and bring this case to closure in 3 weeks is very commendable.
Malvo and Mohammed are tried under Virginia's new anti-terrorism statute for homicide with intent to terrorize the government or the public at large. The trials do little to illuminate the pair's motivations. One idea of Mohammed's reasoning comes from his ex-wife, Mildred.
It's her theory that he was killing all these people so he could eventually kill her.
And she would just be one of the other random victims in this shooting spree.
And then he would get custody of the kids.
Malvo testifies against Mohammed to avoid the death penalty. He receives multiple life sentences and will never get out of jail.
Malvo contacted the police and made sure that the police knew who he was. He wanted to be a rock star out of all of this. He wanted to be famous. in his own way, he is.
Muhammad has been sentenced to the death penalty in Virginia. The conviction was affirmed by the state appellate court and will stand. Muhammad was clearly the team leader and the one that had the military knowledge, the knowledge of the weapons, the plan that put in motion this whole crazy scheme.
He didn't look like a maniac killer. He looked like anybody else on the street.
John may have ended up as a psychopath, but that wasn't the way it started. If you meet him, you'll like him. He's a nice guy. He just got twisted. You know, he just, and like I said, there's no, you know, you're looking for, oh, well, it was this. No, the guy simply lost his mind.
The millions of people that live in this region had their lives taken away for an entire month, living in fear.
It wasn't just one murder victim and one family. It was so many families and so many people that it affected.
Why did it happen? I'll never know, and so I'll just always pray for the families of the victims.
December 21st, 2002. The lush and open countryside of eastern England, on a quiet back road that snakes between endless fields of wheat and barley. Retired fireman Jake Ellard sets out on the morning bicycle ride he's taken every day for years. But this morning, something's different. He spies what appears to be an unattended brush fire. If only it were. For with 30 years of firefighting experience, Jake Ellard knows the difference between the smell of burning grass and burning flesh. A brutal homicide that baffles authorities.
Hundreds of questions come into your mind. How he's got there, when was he killed, how was he killed?
It must have been a fierce and ferocious fight.
A corpse with no face, a victim with no name.
We haven't a clue who this man is.
A mystery worthy of Sherlock Holmes.
We didn't even have a starting point.
You think, what on earth were we going to be able to do?
Police scour the continent to identify a dead man and hunt down his execution.
I could not believe that there was a murderer in our midst.
Will endless patience, extraordinary determination, and the most groundbreaking techniques in forensic science be enough to bring a killer to justice? A body burns in a farmer's field. Its discovery in this particular location is eerily ironic.
It's an area known as Dead Man's Hollow. That's back from 1600 times when somebody was hanged there for sheep stealing.
Detectives and forensic experts from the Cambridgeshire Constabulary swarm the grisly scene.
We could see that it looked like a man, but it was badly burned, very discoloured, no, fully clothed except for the shoes.
The body presents a dilemma. If left burning, valuable clues could be lost. But how to put it out without potentially washing those same clues away?
We discussed what we should do, and the decision was to actually get the body extinguished with a fine mist spray that doesn't disturb any forensic evidence.
Now the corpse is examined more closely. It is both featureless and anonymous.
There was no identification at all left on the body. There was no jewelry. There was just parts of clothing.
Near the remains lies a melted gas can. Also in close proximity, a black lighter.
We clearly realised early on that there was a potential there for DNA and possibly fingerprints.
The next piece of fire-damaged evidence leaves investigators puzzled.
There was a plastic bag full of what appeared to be rubbish that was clearly dumped with the body.
And when we looked closer still, it looked like it was maybe a bag of kitchen waste. There was bits of food, salami, tomatoes.
But food isn't the most intriguing content of the bag.
There was a huge pile of just paper tissue. That's what it looked like to us. That was all bagged up.
The paper is soaked with blood. Also recovered, a melted pair of latex gloves and what appears to be the box they came in.
We thought, what on earth's this doing? What's this doing here?
Every piece of scrap, no matter how unrecognizable, is gathered up, including small, torn pieces of what could be a letter.
But it was badly burned. There was only parts of information there. It wasn't a complete letter at all.
Further afield are indications of how the victim arrived here.
There were tire marks in the lane a few yards away beside where the body was, and some drag marks from where the tire marks were. It would appear that the body was actually dragged from a vehicle to this location, just left there, petrol put over it, went up in flames.
The evidence is rushed to the forensic lab. Each item is like a piece of an elaborate puzzle that, once put back together, may offer a clearer picture of the victim and his killer. On another front, officers head to the nearby village of Upton, looking for witnesses. None come forward. All they learn is that the body had been around for hours.
Someone drove past about 7:20 and said they saw a fire burning in the field, but didn't think any more of it. We actually arrived at the scene, it was around about 10:10, so we knew the body had been burning for a good 2.5 hours by the time we got there.
To solve the case, Detective Oz Marigold and pathologist Nat Carey must first put a name to the corpse. But its charred state and lack of ID pose a major challenge. Initially, all Carey can discern is that their victim is male, 5 feet 8 inches, roughly 16 stone, or 230 pounds. Tests soon confirm blood found on the paper in the garbage matches the deceased. Then, Carey discovers that being set on fire wasn't the only violence he suffered.
There was 4 bullets found within his skull, 2 in the same particular area, 1 lodged in the brain and 1 in the throat.
And that's not all.
The post-mortem determined that he'd been stabbed up to 13 times in the torso, including some defense injuries as well.
There was evidence that he had actually fought and protected himself from the actual stab wounds in his arms and hand area.
Must have been quite a fierce and ferocious fight that took place.
This much becomes clear. It wasn't burning that killed John Doe.
He died from the combined effects of the gunshot wounds to his head and facial area and the stab wounds to his trunk area.
And where did he meet his violent end? In the field where he was found, or some other location?
He clearly lost a substantial amount of blood based on a lack of blood in his body at post-mortem examination. On the other hand, we weren't able to see much blood in the field at the scene.
We had a real feeling he'd been killed somewhere else.
But where? Could red fibers carry plucks from the victim's feet hold any answers?
We started to wonder where they'd come from, whether they were related to something he was already wearing, or whether they were linked to some mode of transport, some blanket that'd been wrapped around him, or some premises that he'd been living in.
Analysis of the bullets recovered from the corpse reveals another strange twist.
Most bullets are, of course, made of some sort of lead alloy because that increases the weight. These are actually cut from steel rod.
More odd than the bullets is the gun that investigators conclude fired them.
They certainly weren't fired from a standard gun, and the forensic ballistic experts from London were able to tell us it was probably a modified starting pistol.
It appears this weapon wasn't enough for the job, as the many stab wounds to the victim testify. Analyzing the two types of injuries, Dr. Carey draws a disturbing conclusion.
Normally, if someone went out with the intention to kill someone, they might well just take one sort of weapon, and so they would either stab or shoot. And it would be slightly awkward, if you like, to change weapons, although not impossible. On the other hand, it might be if two people went there, one chose one from a weapon, the other another, and that seems rather more likely.
Police must face the possibility that they're looking for not one, but two vicious killers. And one of those killers may be closer than they think. An investigation into the murder of an unknown man found burning in a field has recovered evidence at the scene, homemade bullets from the body, and prompted speculation two killers are involved. Missing persons reports are scoured. The victim's DNA is entered into police databases. While awaiting results, authorities focus on one of their strongest clues: red fibers pulled from the victim's feet. When these fibers are determined to be from a carpet, officers go door to door in Upton Village, searching for a match.
We were interested in any red carpet we came across.
Police also check records for any recent crimes involving starter pistols. Meanwhile, Bert Dean and Judith Cunnison review some of the unusual evidence from the field. Latex gloves, what could be the box they came in, and balled up, blood-soaked tissue paper. The black lighter is carefully examined. A label on it reads Alfredo Espresso, which a name trace soon reveals is a high-end European coffee chain.
And it turned out that 5,000 of that particular lighter were made and distributed in Holland.
In hopes of finding its owner, the lighter is swabbed for DNA. The pair now focus on the odd scraps of paper found in and around the garbage. They recover 7 pieces in all and search for a link between them. Eventually, they discover it.
There seemed to be the remnants of what appeared to be some sort of medical appointment. It was a request to attend, but it was badly burned and there was only parts of information there. It wasn't a complete letter at all.
We established that on one particular bit of paper, we had the lettering ALBOT, which, once you go through various different surnames, we were able to establish that the most likely surname for that would be Talbot. And then we had another part of the same document which appeared to join up with the name M. Strong, which was either somebody perhaps called Mark Strong, or more likely to be Armstrong.
The appointment memo and latex gloves suggest the murder scene could be a medical facility or doctor's office. This theory is reinforced when Cunnison determines the bloody ball of tissue is in fact paper used to cover medical examination couches. To learn who Talbot and Armstrong are and how they link to the case, authorities resolve to contact every medical establishment around. But with over 2,500 of them in eastern England alone, the odds against success are very high. Undaunted, the team sets to work.
And we decided to commence a letter-writing campaign and start to send letters to all the Talbots and all the Armstrongs within these facilities.
Each letter includes a photocopy of the damaged memorandum.
By the time we got to Norfolk, moving south, that's with Cambridgeshire, Lincolnshire and Norfolk, we'd actually come to over 2,000 letters, which had gone out. Now, the danger, of course, of doing this is you're actually right into the murder.
But with nothing else to go on, police take the chance their exhaustive campaign will not prompt a killer to vanish. While that continues, a facial reconstruction of the victim is ordered. When this painstaking process is completed, authorities finally see what their victim may have looked like. The finished composite is mass-produced and distributed.
We placed the artist's impression onto a poster and commenced a poster campaign. We decided to offer a reward of £10,000 for information leading to the individual's arrest.
The search also enlists television and the internet. Unfortunately, none of these efforts yield any response. Discouraged police have a victim that remains unclaimed and unidentified. But work on another front gives them their first big break.
We were advised that there was somebody living in the locality who had a weapon which would identify this particular person as being a possible suspect.
That somebody is John Morris. He's a career criminal known to have used a modified starter pistol in his crimes, the same kind of weapon employed in the murder of John Doe. Police bring him in for questioning.
Where were you early morning, December 21st, 2002?
I was sitting at home watching the telly.
Morris is adamant that he's innocent.
Never seen the bloke before.
Yes, you have.
You killed him and burned him in a field.
And Detective David Little's elation at finally having a suspect fades when it's learned he has a perfect alibi.
He'd been in hospital at a particular time and had a double hernia.
The fact that a 16-stone man had been removed from the back of the car and dragged to a location. Medically, this man couldn't have been involved in that.
With John Morris out of the picture, the investigation is back at zero.
We've gotten nothing back now from missing persons and all those other standard inquiries that we've done. We haven't a clue who this man is.
But soon, revolutionary forensic science will shed some light. After months of effort, frustrated police have yet to identify a man found burning in the fields of Dead Man's Hollow. Running out of options, they turn to some of the newest and most extraordinary techniques in forensic science, courtesy of Dr. Stuart Black. He's an expert at sourcing isotopes and mineral compounds.
My PhD was on isotopic analysis of rock and mineral components, and then I translated that into analyses of human remains.
Dr. Black's science is based on the fact that each day of our lives, chemicals from airborne pollution seep into our skin, our hair, even our bones. The chemical residue left in our bodies will differ depending where one lives on the globe. Every industrial area in the world has its own distinct pollution signature. And the isotopes in that signature are what Dr. Black knows best.
That isotope analysis can potentially answer the question of where these individuals have either grown up, where they were currently resident, and on what sort of timescale they've been resident in various places.
He gave me a lot of hope that he could actually give us some clues as to where this man came from, where he recently lived, from tooth, skin, and bones.
Dr. Black obtains and examines one of the victim's teeth.
Tooth enamel sets during childhood, and so as we're all painfully aware when we go to the dentist, it doesn't grow back. That tooth enamel then is a signature for where you grew up.
The results are totally unexpected.
In the tooth enamel, there was a relatively high concentration of non-natural radionuclides.
He'd actually got some pollutions that come from radioactive material.
Things like 137 cesium and 241 americium, which are related to the nuclear industry.
The closest match that we had was the Ukrainian lead oil fields.
Black's astonishing conclusion is that the murdered man was born within a 1,000-mile radius of the Ukraine's infamous Chernobyl nuclear plant. Police quickly send the victim's DNA profile to Ukrainian authorities.
But the Ukraine don't have a sufficient DNA database.
Nothing came back from our DNA.
Persevering, Dr. Black studies one of the victim's bones to track him through more recent times.
Analysis of the bone will give us where potentially that person has been living over a longish period of time prior to death, perhaps up to 6 or 7 years prior to death. If you move to a country and then die shortly after moving to that country, your isotopic value in your bone is not representative of the country in which you died in. It's more representative of where you've just come from.
This endeavor reveals an isotopic value that shows the victim spent years in northern Germany, or perhaps Holland, where the Alfredo espresso lighter came from. Lab tests showed DNA on the lighter does not match the deceased. Investigators now wonder if it belongs to his killer, maybe someone he knew in Holland. Dr. Black works to provide more answers with a study of hair samples.
Sectioning of hair over relatively small sections, perhaps a centimetre, will give us a month-by-month basis of where that individual was just prior to death.
This analysis reveals chemicals consistent with factories of Eastern England.
The individual must have been in the UK for a reasonable period of time to accumulate that isotopic value of the UK.
Thanks to Black's groundbreaking science, authorities now believe they know the region where their victim grew up, where he once lived, and that he was only in Britain a few months before being killed. But try as they may, nowhere in Europe can they find a missing person report matching his description.
Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall trouble, or hardship, or persecution, or famine?
Having extracted all possible clues from the corpse, police decide it's time to give John Doe a proper burial. But their motives aren't entirely altruistic.
For thou art with me.
Obviously, we're interested in who might turn up at the funeral.
Dean hopes to draw out someone that knows the victim, but once again, he's disappointed.
We were hoping that it would get us some witnesses, and it didn't.
But just as they're about to give up, surprised investigators discover there is someone out there with a connection to their corpse.
There was a note calling the victim Les. We've never had a name for the victim, and suddenly somebody starts calling the victim Les.
Little and Cunnison approach this person with anticipation, but in conversation they learn her ties to the departed are dubious at best.
The name Les came from a dead relative.
She didn't think it right that the man didn't have a particular name.
The latest effort in the case has turned up a lonely widow who feels sorry for an anonymous dead man.
But it was another avenue which closed quite quickly.
Nearly a year after the murder, the investigation remains stalled. But all will change when the author of a medical memo finally steps out of the shadows. After months of dead ends, police hit pay dirt when contacted by someone claiming to have written the medical memo found in a garbage bag by the murder victim.
At 12 noon on the 5th of September, the phone rang, and it was a lady called Vanessa Armstrong.
Excited investigators drive 60 kilometers from Dead Man's Hollow to meet Armstrong in the town of Kings Lynn, at her place of work, the Cooper Bearings factory. Finally, one piece of the puzzle falls into place.
I'm a human resources assistant at Cooper Bearings, and my job entails, amongst other things, the arranging of medicals for all of the staff on a yearly basis.
This was a memo that she had written to a Mr. Talbot in the factory at Kings Lynn. He was a machinist at the factory.
Armstrong is shown the composite of the dead man. She's never seen him before, and he's certainly not Talbot.
How that memorandum came to be with the body was beyond me at the time. I hadn't got a clue how that arrived there. You don't expect ever to be linked or have any connection with anything like that.
She informs police Talbot is very much alive and still employed at Cooper Barings. Clearly no victim, Talbot is apprehended to see if he's a killer.
He got a full forensic examination of his house and fingerprint examination.
We'd written to him at the same time as writing to Vanessa, and he hadn't replied, which we thought a little suspicious.
Talbot claims no memory of the memo and argues he must have left it in the factory's medical room after his exam. Police believe they have their man, until analysis of his person and possessions comes up empty.
And through a number of inquiries, including people that he associated with at that time, we were able to eliminate him. He had an alibi.
Disappointed yet again, detectives now descend on the room in question, the Cooper Barings on-site medical clinic. It's an unremarkable space.
The medical room is only ever used for giving first aid treatment and for medicals. The rest of the time it's just empty.
The team diligently scours every inch, seeking a clue to keep the investigation alive. Finally, Oz Marigold opens a cupboard under the medical couch and is rewarded.
He actually found a roll of that paper tissue, which actually goes over the medical couch.
It's the same type of tissue found in a bloody ball near the deceased. In another cupboard, he recovers something even more remarkable.
He found some latex gloves in wrappers.
I could remember the last 3 numbers of the serial number on the packaging.
Oz knew that that was exactly the same batch number that we found at the deposition site.
It's one of those times as an investigator you can say is thrilling. It's like finding that needle in the haystack.
So we're of the opinion we may have found the murder scene, but we have to forensically identify it yet.
That means finding the victim's prints or blood. If he was killed here, the room would have been bathed in it. But what's the chance, almost a year later, that any evidence remains?
It's a first aid room after all, so it's rigorously cleaned on a weekly basis to reduce the risk of infection.
As it turns out, the break police need is right in front of their face.
Prior to 2003, the furniture within the first aid room had been in a different position.
Guys, can you give me a hand? We're going to need to rearrange this room.
Police move it back to what it had been like that fateful night in December 2002.
A 3-drawer cabinet that was in a corner. They moved that out, put the medical couch back into the corner.
On the wall, behind where the cabinet had been, is found a spatter of brown spots in a distinct pattern.
Which is typical of blood having flown through the air as a whole load of droplets and then been deposited onto the surface.
The only time I've ever seen that is with a firearm being discharged.
The spots are indeed blood. More blood is found on the hinges and edges of the examination couch.
There was dribbles of blood and runs down the side, and you wouldn't get that from a minimal injury. The assumption was he'd been stabbed there as well. When the analysis was done, we found that the blood matched the blood of the unknown man found in the field.
So all this builds up to actually tell us that is the murder scene where the man was both shot and stabbed.
Reconstructing the events of the murder, police conclude the couch paper was used to mop up the blood. It was then stuffed in the garbage bin, the same bin into which a nurse had earlier disposed of latex gloves, an empty glove box, and Talbot's medical memo.
The occupational health nurse, she would normally rip the memorandums up and use them as scrap paper or throw some in the bin.
Somebody had cleaned up a murder scene, put everything into the bag, brought that with the body so that everything would be destroyed. If that memo hadn't have been in the bag of rubbish which finished up not burning fully, there was no connection.
Cooper Barings houses a crime scene, Does it also house a killer? Police suspect so.
I could not believe that there was a murderer in our midst.
But among hundreds of employees, all of whom have visited the clinic, it could be anyone. The factory is sealed. Authorities begin the long process of interviewing and taking DNA samples from staff. When security guard Wayne Coddington is shown the sketch of the victim, he immediately recognizes him. He tells police he often saw the man in the company of another security guard, Nishan Bakuntz.
Oh, good evening, Nishan. How you doing?
Very good. How are you?
Yes. Watch your Team Chelsea or what?
No, too busy for sport. Too much to do.
We find out from witnesses that he often brought a meal he called his brother to the factory. The detailed description they were able to give us of the individual matched the victim from our murder.
Oh, have a good night.
And he would come and stay in the factory all night while the security guard actually looked after the factory. And we were also able to establish that he would sleep on the medical couch.
More employee interviews reveal that Bakuntz no longer works at Cooper Barons. He was last seen during his final shift on December 20th, 2002, the night before the burning corpse turned up. After an intense sweep of the entire region around the factory, Bakuntz is finally located.
We were able to trace him to an address in Great Yarmouth.
Police set up 24-hour surveillance on his home.
We were able to establish that Mr. Bakuntz is an Armenian individual. He has no convictions in England.
Doesn't appear to have a job, comes and goes, does a lot of work on computers.
Bakuntz is married to a lady called Arpine Karapetian, and they have 2 young children of approximately 2 or 3 years of age.
And was observed to come and go and take kids to school and pick them up again.
And they're living a normal, happy life in Great Yarmouth.
But very much kept themselves to themselves.
These observations don't exactly jive with the image of a man who would set someone on fire. But police know appearances can be deceiving. A check of his credit card records reveals that mere hours before the victim was found, Bakuntz bought some fuel. Just enough to fill a small red container. Police also learn he owns a gun, a rather intriguing, usually untraceable one.
He made a number of purchases from Parnell's, which is a sports shop in Great Yarmouth. They were consistent with a starting pistol and a set of ammunition, blank ammunition.
Authorities are convinced they have their killer. It's time to take him down. But not only is he potentially dangerous, his wife and kids could be in harm's way. The team gets creative.
Courier!
There's a delivery made to his street.
Would you please sign for your package, sir?
And as soon as he came out of his house, he was arrested in the public highway.
All right, let's go.
Arpine, come out here! Arpine! Where's my husband? No, where's my husband? Get away from me!
But plans to haul the suspect in are dramatically foiled.
He collapsed and had gone into some form of epileptic fit, or he was slobbering from his mouth, saliva coming from his mouth, but his eyes remain closed all the time. He doesn't talk, doesn't communicate, doesn't move. We can't gain any response from him whatsoever.
We had him transferred to the hospital, and we had a psychiatrist in to see him, and they decided to put him in for an assessment order under Section 2 of the Mental Health Act.
Bakuntz is now protected under medical law. The cops can't touch him. If he's faking it, it's the greatest performance of all time.
He was under 24-hour observation, and at no time did he move. We'd found the murder scene, we'd found who we believed to be the killer, and then when we eventually get him into custody, the most frustrating thing of all is we weren't able to speak to him.
The suspect can't communicate, but others have a hell of a story to tell. Unable to interrogate murder suspect Nishan Bakuntz, who has lapsed into a coma, police turn over his house for anything that might forensically tie him to the crime. They fear another dead end.
It became apparent that the house had been very well cleaned, been scrubbed from top to bottom, very thoroughly.
Then, Marigold twigs to something he's long been looking for. The red carpet.
We took some samples and back to the lab and did loads of specialist tests, microscopy, chemical tests, and eureka, another eureka moment. We got a match between the carpets from the house and the red fibres on the body in the field. So the implications are that he's either been in the house or been in contact with something that's been in the house.
Armed with this unassailable link between the victim and Bakuntz's residence, Marigold and Little questioned Bakuntz's wife, Arpine.
Have you ever seen him before?
I said no. I don't know who this man is.
Arpine told us she didn't know anything about the victim and she didn't know anything about Nishan taking anybody to work.
Arpine declares her husband never returned to Cooper Barings after December 20th because he got sick and spent time in hospital. Police check out her claim.
They had no record of him being admitted to hospital at a particular time.
Get out. Done with questioning now. I want you to leave. No.
And as far as not knowing the victim, Arpine's neighbors tell a different story.
We were able to say that a man of that description had been seen there, but not for a number of months. It was obvious that she was hiding something.
So she was arrested as an accomplice for attempting to pervert the course of justice.
You and your husband are connected to this man.
Nishan, he's a good man. He's a good man. He was dead.
Threatened with jail time, the Canary decides to sing. She serves up the name of the deceased, or at least his alias.
His name is Sako. His name is Sako.
Through his wife partner, Arpine Karapitin, we actually established that she only knew him as Sako.
The name is run through Interpol's database and scores a hit. Sako's real name is Hovannes Amirian.
And he also has up to 15 other aliases.
At long last, after a year on the case, police know who their victim is and what he really looks like. And it seems that Sako was a busy boy, especially in Belgium.
We find out from the Belgian authorities that Sako was a particularly cruel and mean individual, likely to have mafia connections.
He actually ran a gang in Ostend. They were into extortion, people smuggling, drugs, that type of thing.
He wouldn't go around making idle threats. He carries his threats out.
He was a very cruel man in his punishments that he would dish out. You either paid him or you suffered.
Like Nishan and Arpine, Sako is originally from Armenia.
Which concurs with Dr. Stuart Black's initial assessment on where he arrived from.
Sako was born and raised in the pollution sphere of Chernobyl, as predicted. He spent years in Northern Europe, as predicted. And just before his death, he lived in Eastern England. Dr. Black's isotopic forensics are spot on.
We know that your husband is involved, and we need information from you.
My husband is innocent.
Now police want to know about Bakuntz's relationship to Sako. Arpine fills in the blanks.
Nishan and Sako had known each other for a number of years and had been involved in some criminal activity.
It's understood that Nishan was one of Sako's, they call them right-hand men.
Nishan, he gave it all up. He's a good man now.
Arpine swears her husband became a model citizen upon their move to England. He lived as an honest man and dedicated father. But the past caught up with him in September of 2002.
Sako, what are you doing here?
He didn't have any income. He didn't have his bodyguards and the usual people that he would have around him. What his future plans were, nobody really knows, but he wanted to stay in this country.
Nishan. Apparently, Sako was running from murder charges in Belgium. He also came to collect on a debt, not from Bakuntz or Arpine, but from Arpine's father, Misha Hashchatrian.
Misha Hashchatrian had a falling out some years previous with Sako. We believe them to be similar characters in their criminal activities of the past. What Sako wanted was for Misha to pay the money that he owed to Sako. If Misha didn't pay the money that Sako wanted, he was going to murder the Hashchatrian family.
While waiting for payment, Sako proved himself the worst sort of guest. Life in the Bakuntz household became a living hell.
Arpine thought he was scary and frightening, so Nishan Bakuntz would not leave Sako in the house with her alone, and he insisted that when he went to do his night duty, that Sako would come with him.
And despite Sako's constant threat, the thug has to sleep sometime.
Over here, sit on my lap. Feed me my sandwich.
Arpine tells police things became so unbearable, her husband placed a call for help to her father, Misha, in Holland. She insists the idea of murder was not Nishan's, but her father's, and claims he was the master planner and main executioner. On December 20th, 2002, 3 months after Sako had arrived at Bakuntz's door, Misha flew to Britain. He directed Nishan to take Sako to work with him as usual and wait until he fell asleep. Misha, who earlier had gained entry through a back door, then slipped into the medical room and led the attack. After cleaning up, the pair drove to the fields of Dead Man's Hollow to dispose of the body. Their only mistake was in not ensuring the garbage bag containing the medical memo burned with their victim. Arpine claims no knowledge of her father's current whereabouts. But after bringing their bizarre investigation this far, police aren't about to let the remaining player slip through their fingers. The search is on for Misha Hashchatrian, father of Arpine and the man she says masterminded the murder of Hovhannes Amirian. Through Interpol, Misha is soon tracked to the village of Oldenzaal in Holland. DNA recovered from the Dutch Alfredo espresso lighter in evidence has yet to find a match, and investigators hope Misha is it. But his DNA is nowhere on file. To make the link, they'll need to get some. As English police have no authority in Holland, the job falls to Dutch detective Erik Ulde Engberink.
They were looking for
DNA material of the suspect. But they wanted to get it without his knowledge because they were afraid that when the police would go to him and ask him for his DNA, and he was the suspect, that he might run away and that they never could find him back.
But getting that DNA sample on the sly isn't so easy.
You can get this DNA from things he touched. The only thing is you have to be sure that it is his DNA and not the DNA from someone else who has maybe touched it before.
Mission accomplished. The cigarette is rushed to England, where experts check it against DNA from the lighter. It matches perfectly. Misha Hazchatrian is charged with murder, as is Nishan Bakuntz months later when he wakes from his coma. At trial, it's shown that Misha's DNA only ties him to where the body was found, not to the murder scene at the Cooper Bearings factory.
And that basically means that he played a part in the murder, but he didn't pull the trigger.
On this basis, he's only convicted of assisting an offender and receives a 3-year sentence. Despite his wife's vehement protests, the jury finds Nishan Bakuntz guilty of murder. The man who tried so hard to go straight is given no chance of parole until 2021.
This was an example of superb, good old-fashioned detective work.
I'm just pleased and satisfied that we've taken this very difficult case that looked at one time like we weren't going to get to the bottom of it, that we actually did get there, got a result, and can put that away.
Despite the fact that Sarko was a cruel and evil man, it doesn't change the way I feel about the result that we got from this investigation, because you have to send a clear message out to the public that regardless of how good or how bad an individual is, that taking someone's life won't be tolerated.
Finally, after 3 years of extraordinary investigation, the case of the mystery man found burning in the fields of Dead Man's Hollow is closed. Atlanta, Georgia, 1996. The world has descended on this city for the 26th Summer Olympiad. Every night during the games, 60,000 people congregate in Centennial Olympic Park for a massive party. The enormous space is closely monitored by the tightest security in the world. If only it were enough. July 27th, 1:20 a.m. For the revelers gathered tonight in the spirit of camaraderie and celebration, the party's over. An explosion rips through the crowd, killing and injuring innocent people. In the days to come, its creator will strike again.
The number of bombs, the size of the bombs, the viciousness, it turned the country on its ear.
We're looking for the #1 fugitive in the United States.
All levels of law enforcement, including the top forensic investigators in the country, are brought to bear against a campaign of terror.
Our goal was stop the killing by catching the killer.
If cops can't get a vengeful bomber in their sights, they may end up in his.
My thought was, this person is hunting us.
We were doing battle with somebody without knowing the true face of the enemy.
A bomb has just gone off during Olympic celebrations in Atlanta. Along with hundreds of partiers, Georgia Bureau of Investigation agent Tom Davis is engulfed in its fury.
It's a wave of heat and air at the same time is the best way that I can describe it, coupled with a loud explosion. It forced me to the ground. I mean, it was kind of like everything was going on in slow motion. I immediately contacted the command post and told them that we had had an explosion in the park.
Georgia Bureau of Investigation Supervisor Carole Sund arrives on the scene.
Nobody had a real good idea of what had happened other than it had been a bomb.
We didn't have time to really think a whole lot about what was going on. We just had to react and try to get medical personnel on scene. There were people laying everywhere, screaming, hollering, in severe pain.
The blast kills schoolteacher Alice Hawthorne. Melly Uzanyal, a cameraman who ran to the scene following the explosion, dies of a heart attack. Over 100 others are injured. The critical among them are rushed to hospital. In the aftermath, investigators cordon off a large crime scene. They start combing through the huge mass of debris to determine the blast pattern and composition of the bomb. ATF Special Agent Jack Killoran is contacted to join the hunt.
Bomb investigations are classic forensic investigations. It's gathering bits and pieces of evidence and analyzing them, identifying them, tying them together. When the bomb goes off, evidence is scattered over a wide area. It's blown into small pieces. But I think evidence isn't destroyed. The hard part is when it's blown to smithereens. But we're very good at smithereens.
Stone also recruits his #1 bomb expert, Agent Chris Dorsey.
When we arrived on the scene the night of the bombing, I glanced down and saw some very odd nails. And as I was making my approach to Centennial Park, I kept coming across these nails.
The nails are strewn the length and breadth of the park, even recovered 5 stories up in a building across the street. They are also embedded in the statue, where Alice Hawthorne had been posing for a photograph. It is apparent someone packed nails in the bomb to act as deadly projectiles. Medical personnel work overtime, removing them from the injured. A shaken city and stunned nation awake to news of the carnage, and the alarm goes all the way to the top.
Later on that morning, the president declared an act of domestic terrorism.
We will spare no effort to find out who was responsible for this murderous act. We will track them down. We will see that they are punished.
But through the horror and tragedy, a remarkable man emerges.
How does it feel to be a hero?
I'm not a hero. I was just doing my job that day.
While making his rounds at the party, the sharp eye of security guard Richard Juli noticed something that caused him concern.
Richard Juli found an unattended backpack.
But the pack didn't remain unattended for long.
Somebody saw it and thought it would be worth stealing.
Jules' suspicions became aroused.
Excuse me, sir, is that your pack? All right, just keep moving along, man.
He started asking around and nobody claimed it. Richard brought it to the attention of my counterpart, the supervisor of the ID teams inside the park, GBI agent Tom Davis.
We have a suspicious bag unattended.
Well, I called the bomb diagnostic team. They were clear on the other side of the park and trying to navigate through all of the people that were there. It took them a while to get to us. But when they got there, they went up to it, got down on their knees, and they gently opened up one end of the bag.
Jules' instincts were dead on. This one backpack in the middle of thousands of people did, in fact, contain a bomb.
Please just have you move a little bit back here.
I notified several state troopers that were in the area. They came over to help with the evacuation, and I had several GBI agents come, and they were also assisting with the evacuation.
This effort led many to safety. But it had barely begun before the bomb detonated. Now the world wants to know who did this and why. A major task force is set up to find out.
The initial structure of the bomb task force, of course, was ATF, FBI, and GBI. We started interviewing people.
Thanks for coming in today, ma'am. Where were you when the explosion happened?
I was listening to the band, dancing.
I sat down to rest. 5 minutes later, police told us to
grabbed a couple of beers for me and my buddy. So I was standing there the next.
I looked down and my leg was
You've got to consider, we had a park that had 60,000 people in it, and we had probably tens of thousands of interviews that were conducted.
I got nothing.
No eyewitness accounts provide any solid clues, nor does an extensive review of on-site video surveillance. The bomb debris is taken to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
The ATF lab was tremendous in reconstructing these devices because you've got to consider they're just working with fragmentary evidence.
This evidence is closely analyzed by forensic expert Lloyd Irwin. He is eventually able to determine the bomb's composition.
It was in a backpack. It had a metal plate in the back of it. It had 3 pipe bombs in it. It had a timer, a Big Ben clock.
It contained around 3 pounds of smokeless gunpowder, put in steel pipes with end caps with nails to act as shrapnel.
Irwin now constructs a replica of the horrific device.
The bomb in Centennial Park weighed in excess of 40 pounds. It was the largest documented pipe bomb in U.S. history.
Recreating the bomb gives police a chilling look into the mind of the bomber.
When an individual places metal of any type in a bomb, that individual's doing it for one purpose, and that's to indiscriminately kill and injure as many people as possible.
The bomber had mounted the explosive device to a steel plate, its purpose being to direct the nails straight into the crowd. But that's not what happened. The backpack's position was altered when Richard Jules scared off its would-be thief.
It fell on its back, and so the plate was on the ground.
As a result, the bulk of the blast was directed up and away, rather than at the revelers. It's a further testament to how many lives Jules saved. Having learned much about the bomb, police are hungry to find a suspect. The one that surfaces will shock the world. One of the worst acts of domestic terrorism in U.S. history has left 2 dead and dozens injured. Authorities pore over every minute fragment of bomb debris in hopes of finding clues to who might be responsible.
Bits of wire that we can trace down. Who made this wire? Bits of a steel plate. What kind of steel is that? Is it a unique steel? There appear to be rubberized containers. Were they kitchen made? Were they rubber made? Were they Tupperware? We had nails. What kind of nails are they?
Unfortunately, it appears that all the materials used in the device are commonly available. The fragments are then scoured for DNA, hair samples, and fingerprints. But none are recovered. Then, an astonishing clue emerges.
We learned that there had been a call to the 911 center in Atlanta.
There's a bomb going off in Centennial Park in 20 minutes.
Law enforcement in the park never knew that there was a bomb threat call until after the bomb had exploded.
The fact that the bomb had been discovered and called in started speculation that whoever planted it wanted it found before it went off. Someone who aspired to be a hero.
Anybody own this pack?
It comes to light that while the evacuation was in progress, after the device was found, Richard Juli disappeared. Perhaps to find a phone booth.
The main reason he became a suspect was in the Los Angeles Olympics. There was a bomb tech that worked for the Los Angeles Police Department that allegedly found the bomb, rendered it safe, and became a hero for a short period of time. Then it was determined he, in fact, himself had planted the device.
Investigators now take a closer look at the man who saved the day.
Then all of a sudden,
It turns out Juli has previously been in trouble with the law.
I did what I was trained to do. I spotted the bag, I called it in.
Hell of a coincidence, isn't it, Richard?
We're looking for anything that could tie him to the device.
Authorities build their case over 3 months. Media and the government urge a swift conviction. But Juli's defense team insists on a lie detector test.
Do you wish to do harm to the federal government by killing American citizens?
Absolutely not.
Do you have experience making bombs?
No.
Have you recently constructed a bomb?
No.
He passes with flying colors. Over the next weeks, the case against Juli crumbles.
I didn't see anything that made me even think that he was remotely associated with this device.
The security guard is a hero after all.
I'm just glad this is over. This is a new day. I'm not the Olympic Park bomber.
The investigation goes cold. Then, on January 16th, 1997, almost 6 months after the Olympic Park bombing, things heat up again.
I was in a meeting at our task force headquarters, and I got notified that there'd been a bombing in an abortion clinic in Atlanta.
The name of the clinic is Sandy Springs.
We got the call to come help with the investigation of a bombing.
Miraculously, no one is hurt in the blast. Emergency personnel arrive and clear the scene, while experts search for forensic evidence.
We had a crater about 20 inches across, and it was about a foot deep. It went plumb through the concrete into the dirt, and most of the force went inside the abortion clinic and just literally tore it to bits. I mean, everything was just tore up in there.
What the first responders don't know is more terror is in store. A second bomb and a second miracle.
Some personnel got injured, but nobody got killed.
The two bombs at the clinic shared similarities.
They were both in ammunition boxes, green military ammunition boxes.
But only the second device contained nails. The implications are sobering.
Second bomb is always aimed at the police. Fire, police, the public safety responders. My thought at the time was, this person is hunting us.
The task force gets busy analyzing the fragments, wire, timers, containers, and the nails. The shadow of the Olympic bomb haunts their work.
That's the discussion that's had that night between myself and the heads of the other agencies. Do we have a copycat? Do we have a related person?
The evidence suggests otherwise. Both Sandy Springs bombs used dynamite, while the Olympic bomb was detonated with explosive powder. Construction of the timers was different, and the Sandy Springs devices were housed in ammunition boxes, not metal pipes. The question of motivation also surfaces.
There's nothing motive-wise at this time that ties the bomb at Centennial Park to a bombing in an abortion clinic. We don't want to make an assumption. We're not stupid. We're aware that we might ultimately develop a connection, but we don't want to make a mistake and not deploy enough resources if we have two different devices.
Then, as Irwin continues to study the bomb debris, a potential piece of evidence emerges.
Here's a piece of 1/8-inch steel plate metal of the same type size that was found in Centennial Park.
Investigators wonder, could the two pieces be linked? No sooner has the question been posed when Atlanta is rocked again. This time, it's a popular gay bar, the Other Side Lounge.
Looks like we got hit again.
If it's the same bomber who hit Sandy Springs, a second device could go off at any time. And the clock is ticking. Atlanta, Georgia, has been shattered by 3 bombings in 7 months. At the Olympics, an abortion clinic, and now a gay bar. No one is killed in this explosion, though 5 people are badly injured. Outside the club, police see what they believe is a second device.
The bomb task force was notified. The bomb techs got there.
If it is a bomb, it's certainly targeted at emergency responders, just like at Sandy Springs. Fearing it could explode at any second, investigators stay well back and send in the cavalry.
The decision was made to try to move the backpack with a robot. The robot grabbed it, dragged it out so they could get a better view of it. We're looking at it through a video camera mounted on the robot, and you couldn't tell a whole lot about it.
Now they set out to neutralize any explosive the backpack may contain by shooting it with a high-powered blast of water. If successful, the force of the water will sever the connection between the bomb and any ignition devices attached to it. If not, the same force could detonate it.
Hit it! Ripped the pack open, you could see some boxes and wires and stuff, and you couldn't really tell exactly what was in it.
I'm not happy with the degree of disruption or our visibility.
So the decision was made to shoot it again.
Authorities hope they'll be second time lucky.
Fire it!
But they aren't.
I just remember the concussion and seeing the sparks of the shrapnel hitting the ground.
At least no one is hurt, despite the bomber's intentions.
I really believe that the second device was aimed at bomb technicians.
At the lab, investigators try to link the debris forensically to the twin explosions at Sandy Springs. The nails tell the story. Stone learns that in the manufacture of nails, the tool that cuts them from the steel is replaced every 8 hours. This means that each production batch of roughly 60,000 nails is as distinct as a fingerprint.
So each nail would have individual tool marks on it, which could be used for comparison purposes.
Nails from the other side lounge prove an exact match to those recovered at Sandy Springs. No sooner has this connection been made when it's confirmed by an extraordinary source in the form of chilling, hate-filled letters received by local media.
The letter writer took credit for the gay bar and abortion clinics in Atlanta.
The letters basically were strongly anti-gay, anti-abortion rhetoric.
Abortion is a vomitorium of modernity, and the abortionist is the attendant who helps the bloated partiers disgorge themselves so they can return to the rotten feast of materialism.
The letters do some interesting things. They claim credit in the name of the Army of God. The Army of God is a term that is, going back to 1982, has been used sporadically by anti-abortion bombers and arsonists in making claims of credit.
Listen to the words of the Lord, my friends.
The Army of God is a mysterious group of Christian militants who believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible, hold God's law above man's, and proclaim abortion, homosexuality, and race mixing to be unpardonable sins punishable by death.
The attack therefore serves as a warning. Anyone in or around facilities that murder children may become victims of retribution.
The letters include a sign-off code, 4/1993.
4/1993, the date that Waco burned. The same thing that motivated Timothy McVeigh. So from that, we're seeing this strong anti-government bias.
The second device was aimed at the agents of the so-called federal government. We declare and will wage total war, death to the New World Order.
Investigators return to the question of whether the same bomber was responsible for the carnage at the Olympics.
We know we have two related bombings. We don't see anything that directly takes us back to Centennial Park, nor do the letters claiming credit make any reference to Centennial Park.
But their continued analysis of steel plate debris from the bombings finally settles the matter.
We had compared the steel plates in the abortion clinic bombing with the Olympic Park bombing and determined they came from the same batch of steel. And we actually were able to locate what steel mill produced it. He did not take credit for the Olympic Park bombing. However, we could link him forensically through the steel plate.
The task force now knows all three bombings are connected and that they've been carried out by a Christian fanatic hell-bent on spreading a gospel of hatred and death.
We were prayerful for a break that would help us identify someone, because we're coming to the point where we understood the forensics quite well. But without a suspect, that left the suspect free to act again.
Authorities fear the bomber's spree is escalating. They are right. But what they don't know is that he's taking his show on the road. A Christian terrorist organization, the Army of God, has claimed responsibility for bombs that have rocked Atlanta.
And the sinner's blood will flow like rivers in the street.
But law enforcement is still no closer to finding and stopping whoever is planting these devices.
We had no idea who did it, but we had a bombing case with no suspect.
January 29th, 1998. The New Woman Healthcare Clinic in Birmingham, Alabama, is one of the few facilities providing abortions in the Deep South. Someone considers it one too many. Among the first personnel to arrive this morning is Robert Sanderson, a Birmingham police officer moonlighting as security at the clinic. He is soon joined by Emily Lyons, a senior nurse. Sanderson spies something unusual in a flower bed. Lyons follows as he checks it out.
He finds something on the ground and he's down investigating it.
They're unaware the bomber has them right where he wants them. The combination of shrapnel and the blast concussion kills Officer Sanderson instantly. Nurse Lyons clings to life, her body riddled with nails. But this time, the bomber doesn't go unnoticed.
Someone saw a suspicious character. He believes that this person must have had something to do with that explosion. And so he undertakes to follow him, writes down his license number, and then call 911 to see if he can get some police presence to apprehend or stop this person.
Eventually, the witness loses the suspect in traffic. But authorities have already run his license plate number, and before long, they get a hit.
Registered to Eric Robert Rudolph in North Carolina.
Cops now have a suspect.
The U.S. Attorney in Birmingham released the information that he's wanted as a material witness. The local sheriff, through his contacts, gets the trailer that he's living in located.
Eric Rudolph, this is ATF and FBI. Open up!
Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh leads the charge. But they just miss their man.
It was within hours, you know. It wasn't the hot cup of coffee steaming on the counter, but it was clear that he'd left in haste and probably had seen on television that he were looking for him. We got search warrants for Rudolph's trailer. A team of police, FBI, ATF, forensic experts, laboratory personnel, bomb technicians, bomb sniffing dogs. We were able to find trace amounts of dynamite in the trailer.
Though nothing suggests Rudolph actually built his bombs here, the place is full of incriminating evidence, including hate-filled writings identical to the Army of God letters. Police also find Rudolph's disguise from the Birmingham bombing.
There was some residue of dynamite on the wing.
And that's not all.
A half a dozen or so of these little nails of the same size and type that was used in Sandy Springs bomb.
We have a made case. No one is going to escape the web of forensic and circumstantial evidence that's been built and is building against this person.
Now, all police have to do is get Rudolph in custody. But that won't be easy. His truck is found abandoned on the North Carolina-Georgia state line. Traces of explosive powder are found on the steering wheel. On May 5th, 1998, Eric Rudolph is placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. As they search for their fugitive, authorities also conduct extensive research on him. His story is anything but reassuring.
Lord, may you bless the Rudolph family.
Rudolph was a young boy when his father died of cancer.
They've given their lives to you, O Lord.
His family blamed the government for not providing proper medication.
They know no fear of earthly danger.
Rudolph's mother moved Eric and brother Daniel to the Ozark Mountains, where they became radicalized in a white supremacist compound.
See that your almighty justice is carried out. Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen. They took their convictions with them when they moved on to North Carolina.
United, brother.
This is an excessive Christian kind of philosophy. You know, I'm one of the chosen, you're not, you're abominations, you know. And I really hate the government that protects you from what I see as God's justice being visited upon you.
No one believes more fervently than Eric Rudolph. And starting on July 27, 1996, he set out to teach his beliefs to the world.
He was intelligent. He had prior military experience. He was a planner, and he was a loner.
Rudolph I would describe as an equal opportunity hater. I think that he really hated everybody, and he certainly went after everybody.
Authorities learned through interviews with Rudolph associates that he is a hardcore, highly trained survivalist. They are told he's fled into the vast Nantahala National Forest of North Carolina. Their search gets no assistance from Rudolph's family.
My son is innocent.
That your son is responsible for these 4 bombings.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, come on.
My brother is a righteous man.
I know he's probably
He's a righteous man, and you ain't never gonna find him.
Investigators gear up to hunt down the most wanted man in America.
Now you're seeing all these tactical teams going up into the mountains, police cars, encampments, searching the woods, roadblocks. We're after the fugitive. We have the warrant in hand now. We want Eric Rudolph.
But their fugitive is staying one step ahead. The Bomber Task Force has zeroed in on Eric Rudolph as their #1 suspect and offered a $1 million reward for his capture. It's believed Rudolph has slipped into the massive Nantahala National Forest near his North Carolina home. But in a 500,000-acre park, searchers know he could be anywhere.
It's a real rugged, isolated area. It's 500,000 acres of pure wilderness, straight up and down, and just horrible country if you're trying to find somebody that's hiding from you.
And as Park Ranger Pat Patton learns, it's territory where Rudolph feels right at home.
He was a hunter. He spent a lot of time outdoors. He went into the military, spent 18 months in the U.S. Army. He acquired skills or escape and evasion. It prepared him for the eventuality that one day he would be caught and he would flee to the national forest to escape. He had lived his life, his adult life, for this moment.
Law enforcement combs the park for the suspect.
We began an organized, systematic approach to searching for him.
We're looking for the #1 fugitive in the United States.
But after weeks on the hunt, the trail goes cold.
Information would come in that would make you feel like you were within a day of making a capture, and then at other times information had come in that you're been far behind.
Then, on July 9th, 1998, Pat Patton finds an abandoned vehicle on the western edge of the park. It belongs to a man named George Nordman. 3 days earlier, Nordman had met up with old associate Eric Rudolph, who on this occasion was anything but friendly.
Hey, George. You can't go where I'm going, man. Give me the keys. Give me these damn keys, man.
The upset victim reported his truck stolen.
Roger, Command. I've found the truck. Northwest.
Now that it's been pinpointed, searchers know Rudolph is close.
Looks like we know where to start.
Canine units are brought in. They pick up his scent, and the manhunt goes into overdrive.
We come back into the mountains of North Carolina like the Normandy invasion. Swarms of officers, helicopters, agents on every corner. We're back, and we're going to catch him this time.
But their determination is matched by Rudolph's.
From any perch he had in the woods, he's had to see the law enforcement activity ramp up. I mean, we're flying around in helicopters, every street's covered with agents in tactical gear and markings and police and dogs, and there's no way you could miss it. And of course, this is his life. I mean, he's living to watch. He's watching to live.
I asked one of the local deputies what will happen if we find Rudolph's camp, and he looked at us and said, "He'll kill every one of you."
Despite intense efforts, authorities cannot apprehend their fugitive. The search doggedly continues on for 5 years. To some, Rudolph is a hero. 2 country music songs are written about him, and a local top-selling t-shirt reads, "Run, Rudolph, run." It becomes clear to authorities that he is being assisted in his hiding by those who share his fanatical views.
People were helping him and aiding him in some way.
Now you had no trouble finding the place?
Nobody's was like back my hand, man.
It's believed the suspect meets his supporters at prearranged locations deep in the woods.
Who's hungry?
Starving.
But nothing more exemplifies the fervent devotion to Eric Rudolph than the actions of his own brother.
He went to his shop, set up a video camera, takes off his sport coat, puts tourniquets on his arm, and walks over to a power miter saw.
I'm making this video to send a message to the FBI. To demonstrate my faith in my brother and God, I will now cut my hand off.
He self-amputates his own hand about in this area here. Hand flops off. He never screams or anything. He moans a little bit, drives himself to the hospital, and tells him what he's done.
He felt that the government was bothering his family, and he wanted to protest that by sawing off his hand.
My brother is a man of God, and your continued persecution of him will prove your downfall by the Almighty.
With fanatical support like that, authorities wonder, how will they ever catch their bomber? Federal, state, and local authorities have been hunting serial bomber Eric Rudolph, unsuccessfully, for 5 years.
There was every theory, you know. I mean, people were saying he was dead, others saying he was in Sweden, some were saying he was in Mexico, and, you know, every other thing in the world.
Eric Rudolph is a very intelligent man. To be able to evade law enforcement for that length of time is quite an accomplishment.
But in 2003, in the little town of Murphy that borders the Nantahala Woods, an extraordinary event transpires.
A Murphy police officer who'd been working for just a few months was on normal routine patrol.
The officer hears noise coming from a dumpster and investigates.
Hey, get out of there. What do you think you're doing?
I'll just get something to eat.
Come on out. Get up against there. What's your name? Wilson?
But the officer knows he's seen this face before.
Hey.
My deputy looked at him and he said, you know, he looks like Eric Rudolph.
Get up against there. I know exactly who you are.
He brought him into the detention center.
Come on with me, son.
We called the FBI, and they had their fingerprint division, and expert was already at his office, and we faxed him a copy of the fingerprints that we'd taken. Then about 15 or 20 minutes later, they come back and gave us official notification it was Eric Robert Rudolph.
Oh my, I couldn't ask for a better present early one Saturday morning.
An alert patrol officer doing his job the way it's supposed to be done got one of America's most wanted criminals just by doing his job well. I think that's terrific.
The task force finally has the bomber. Now they want his factory.
We thought, well, there may be some place, even if it's just the back of his pickup truck, there could be some place where he's manufactured the bomb, and maybe we could find that place.
Faced with the mountain of forensic evidence against him, and with the death penalty looming, Rudolph comes clean. He confesses to all of the bombings and directs authorities to his stash of lethal supplies.
It was buried in the mountains, It was certainly all the components.
Rudolph receives multiple life sentences with no chance of parole. In prison, he releases a statement.
I have confessed to this so-called crime, but I have deprived the government of its goal of sentencing me to death. The fact that I have entered an agreement with the government is purely a tactical choice on my part, and in no way legitimizes the moral authority of the government to judge this matter or impute my guilt.
And in his confession, Rudolph describes what he wished to achieve with the bomb that started it all at the 1996 Olympic Games.
The purpose of the attack was to embarrass the Washington government in the eyes of the world for its abominable sanctioning of abortion on demand.
I think in the end he's the coward, and he wanted to save his tail, and so he can get up there and say he had all these noble reasons that are just as phony as he is.
Rudolph is doing his time in the Florence Supermax Federal Prison in Colorado.
Baptized into Christ Jesus, I've been baptized.
He spends 23 hours a day in his 8x10 concrete cell.
Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber's on this same floor. Ramsey Youssef, the sheik that was involved in the first bombing of the World Trade Center in New York, they're all locked up out there. They call it Bomber's Row. It's the most depressing place in the world.
He's a cold-blooded killer. He's a bigot and a Nazi, and he's where he needs to be.